Hey, Vita. Hey, Hope. How are you guys? Did you watch the Fax Awards? Oh. Tip number 1, when you are starting with tarot, try to get the cards that are not this glossy because they jump and they are slippery. Hi, Gabby. Thank you. Hi, Diwali. Actually, I'm not wearing any makeup, so I hope, like, I put on some cream, some face cream to moisturize my face. that's it. I actually was thinking like, should I do this live or not? Because yesterday I had like a stomach ache, so I wasn't feeling my best. But I decided to come live anyway. So how are you guys? I want to read tarot on a potential love interest, but I'm scared. Yeah, yeah, it's just that we all, like, I mean, I met people that had tarot decks, um, and just used them for themselves. When I was younger, I used to pull cards for a special someone. Um, but the answers, or probably what I used to get from the cards, was very like, yeah, maybe there were some cards that talked about a connection and attraction, but that sort of like uh atmosphere, it doesn't last that long. So like it does make sense, like it's hello Eva, is it's nice to get cards that indicate, the start of a new relationship or the potential of having a relationship or a connection with someone. But then later on, you do need to work on the relationship. Like, you do need, like, with that information that you got from the cards, I would advise you to leave the connection, like be present in the connection. Like, don't rely on the cards. Don't pull cards every time you see that person. Don't try to use them like on a regular basis every time something you think that something is going on with the relationship or with that person. Because I think that sometimes it's not necessary to ask the tarot about what the other person is feeling or thinking. I think that we can ask that person ourselves. Um, and also because sometimes the cards do, the cards can indicate something, like, but when we are so interested in someone or when we like someone, we usually don't see it. We just want the positive cards to come out, and if we get maybe some challenging ones, we don't pay attention to those. We only take, from an overall perspective, we take like the brightest perception. And even if you are a bit on the negative side, that maybe, I don't know, you got cards that are half and half, like half positive and half a bit like challenging. If you are a bit like, um with low self-esteem, and you probably doubt yourself a lot, probably the cards are going to make you feel more anxious. So, and when you're feeling anxious, is not the best uh, situation for you to pull cards. Actually, you have to be in, I would say, the best, um, like in the best mood, but you have to get rid of the fears and also the expectations. You have to remain neutral, even if those cards are for yourself, because somehow everything that you are thinking, you are touching the cards. So it's like you somehow can transmit that impatience or that fear, that anxiety to the cards. So and the cards are, I believe that they're very special in the sense that if you probably if you got an answer that you didn't want to and you pull cards again, you will probably get the same answer until you work on that is being like represented in the spread, until you make that like uh, until you acknowledge that you have to work on that card is going to keep appearing to you. Hi spirit, no worries. I hope everything is okay with you. um I really want to learn tarot to know about myself. Yeah, I would probably advise you to go with astrology instead of tarot, because the tarot is a bit it's a bit complex, and sometimes the cards are very like insistent on showing you something that maybe you are not prepared to see in a card. Maybe you need like another way of interpretation. For example, I don't know, astrology, you have a lot of ways to interpret an energy or an aspect, and you can like get more information. But when it comes to the cards, the cards are very blunt. The cards are very blunt. So if you ask the tarot something, you will probably get what you're asking. But there's always a lot of work to do within ourselves when it comes to asking yourself, like, why do I want to know this? What is the root of this question? Why do I feel the need to ask about this? Like the cards are just cards, but you have to work also on yourself. Like, why are you consulting the tarot? What are you looking for? Are you sure it's something that you don't know, or you are looking for a confirmation? Like, you know sometimes people, I notice that I have to help a lot of clients to somehow rephrase um their questions, because they don't know how to ask. Like when they come to consultation, you ask them, like, okay, what do you want to know? And there are people that are not very specific about what they want to know, and sometimes when you are not specific, the answer is going to be very vague as well. So you have to think a lot about like how to formulate a question, like, what do you want to know? And if you're asking about yourself, probably you will have to be very specific about what aspect of yourself you want to know about, because you have different sides to yourself. So you have to be very specific about what do you want to know, what you know not okay, but must learn to remain calm in sudden situations, adapt to changes. Oh yes, yeah, I'm sure, spirit. Oh well, you can do it. You can do it. Hey Samara, I'm sorry if you hear a lot of noises. It's just that here is very windy today. Oh, oh my God. I'm sorry, Spirit. I know, I know. But you know, sometimes things happen so we can open our eyes to a situation. You know, sometimes there are some harsh truths that or realizations that yes, it's awful, but it's it's somehow needed, you know. Sometimes we miss a lot of things. Did you watch the Facts Awards, guys? I know I asked this already at the beginning, but no one answered, so probably not. I did watch a few performances. Um, I must say I'm really disappointed. Like, and not about the performances, more about the stage. The I don't know, it just looks ugly. Very dark, very the stage, the camera work also very confusing. The stage looks so narrow and dark, like, and also a lot of the people that attended, they wore like these black suits, so you know it's like with a black background and the black uh suits, you know, it was very hard to distinguish, you know, like um I don't know. I actually don't remember how it was last year, but last year we were still on lockdown, so probably it was also without an audience, so probably it was like very. But I just don't like that. You know that you have to go through this sort of hallway where they go get out where they go out of there. I think it was blue last year. Yeah, like I don't know why, but I just didn't like it. Like aesthetically, I think that probably I wanted something more spectacular. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. And it's not about the performances. I'm not talking about the performances. I'm talking about the stage. Like I don't know why I wanted a bigger stage. I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing that award with other awards and I'm comparing, and maybe this award has always been like this, very low budget. I stopped watching award shows because they have started to piss me off in recent years. Hmm. Oh, okay. I just do you think that Blackpink is going to attend an award show by the end, near the end of this year? I hope they do. I want to see them perform. I hope they do. Like it's been a while since they presented themselves, so I don't know if they still are going to go because I don't know. I Our shows are boring now. Nobody truly interacts anymore. Yeah, yeah, maybe that's what I was missing, Vita. The interaction. Maybe I wanted that. I wanted that to happen. The interaction. Myung-soo won an award for his drama he did just before military service. Oh, it's like I started to notice how they Hanin New Year's. Hanin New Year's? Um, yeah, but I would love to see Blackpink performing. Oh yes, I don't know if you've seen, but Big Bang and 21 set the stage on fire when once upon a time YG artists perform on award shows. But the chances are low now. I'm sorry. Mm, yeah, I think that it has to do with I believe I read somewhere that YG doesn't like they don't let their artists go to award shows anymore. I don't know what happened, but obviously something happened. But it's very sad because I actually like if if I see BTS in there, like I want Blackpink to be there. Like um I don't know. I just want the girls to have a very memorable stage. Like I want that for them. I know they had, but I want more for them. Hey, Parvati, I've been getting into K actors these days, especially So In Hum. Oh, really, Vita? I have to Google him. I don't know about him. YG is really send them to any show from the day they become Blackpink. Yeah, it's basically about awards getting reached and YG artists not getting due credit and all. Yeah, Parvati, that was what we were talking about. Actually, I was asking people here if they had watched the Fat Music Awards. Um, and I was commenting. This is my opinion that I found the stage very ugly and boring, like in the sense of aesthetically. That I didn't like the settings, the stage, the colors, like I just and yes, like some people mentioned also, probably I do miss the interactions, like idols being sitting next to each other, not next, but probably like a few tables away from each other, like but uh so I don't know. I just googled on YouTube because I missed it, so I couldn't find a link to watch the whole ceremony. So I googled it on YouTube, and some performances came out. Um, but yeah, there's something missing in award shows. I don't know, but oh well. If this award show is a bit like regular, probably it's because they don't have much budget. Mm. Yes, poor girls. Like, why did they dress them like that? Like, actually, I did watch New Jeans performance, and I was like, why did they dress them like this? They are beautiful girls. They have a beautiful style. I mean, they had been like promoting that style, but what happened to their stylists today? that they decided to put them on these very unflattering outfits. Like, I don't know. People also have been tuning in less and less. Oh, yes. Um, yeah, actually, I don't, if there are some Kang Daniel's fans here, I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anyone, but I just want to know, like, why is Kang Daniel in every award shows and he always gets an award? I know that he has been releasing things, but it seems like he's in all award ceremonies, and like I don't know, I don't remember about him much. Like, I know that he had been like having comebacks and stuff, but it's not that. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to find the right words to express why I feel like, I know he had been releasing things, I know he had been working, but it's not like, at least for me, it wasn't like, wow, it's Khan Daniel. I think that for me, he is this, yes, he can be this sort of legend, but I don't see it. I don't know, maybe he's not my style of, or maybe because I don't follow soloists much. But I do like a few soloists in K-pop, but he's not that one for me. So I don't understand why he's always in every award shows and he's getting awards, and I'm like, why, where did he come from? But in every, like, I'm sorry. The highest rating were back in 2013 Korean girl group Don't Care since 2nd Jan. I didn't watch but heard that at some point fans in the audience turned the lights for some performances to create black oceans. Oh. The big four usually don't know how to dress their idols at award shows. I guess they invited BTS for views. He's so popular. It's because Korean love that man. He came number one in produce. He's winning on the Korean front. Now, not the international front. Okay. This show has a lot of weird things happening in it. But why do people like him? He's quite average. I just saw how New Jeans looked. Who? I remember I just said I like his performances once, and then his fans swan me like they dedicated as hell. When did girl groups like Idol based on time? Eugene's look like a sour patch. I'm a pumpkin patch. Ron. Oh yes, I was like, where did the other, like? I was afraid actually. I did watch the Seraphim, and I was afraid. I was like, oh my god, there are four of them. Oh no, they kicked someone out again. Like, I was worried, girls. I read the comments, and I was like, they were explaining how this member was absent, and I was like, oh, thank God. Also, that one. Don't get me started on the song Sneakers. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm old, guys. Just don't pay attention to my taste or lack of taste. um, but the same thing happened to me with the boys' latest release. I'm really happy for the guys that they won an award today. because they had been releasing a lot of music and they had been touring and they had been doing a lot, even though there are 10 members only. And I know they had worked so hard this year. But the song Whisper is not my favorite. Like, I don't like Whisper. Like, it's catchy, yes. It's for TikTok, yes. Like, but if you're like, Vanessa, do you really like this song? No. The lyrics don't even make sense for me. But oh well, maybe for the Korean audience, it's. There is one idol girl who got big heels. Did you see her? No, I didn't. Oh my, big of her size. Oh. Yes, the only part I agree I like Vita is Songus. Yes, exactly. I agree. It's Sonus. But I was like, whisper, whisper what? Like you know, like and Vita, do you know something if actually the boys had if the boys have like a different stylist team, because they definitely got another, like they used to have very memorable beautiful outfits for our ceremonies, and these ones that they got were very very black, very bland, very average. So well, I mean it was safer to dress them all in white, in black. Like I couldn't differentiate them. And also like the stage didn't help, that it was so dark that I was like, who is who? From one moment I confused Jacob with my hubby Sangyeon. So imagine how blind I was. Yeah, one of the boys picked up the prop trophy. Really? The prop trophy? But because what happened? He got confused, or did you see Stray Kids' new song? What do you think? I like Felix part. I like Felix voice. I think that everything that has Felix on it, like with Maniac, it has happened the same to me. And and when he started the 143 song, like in the bridge part, the chorus part, like I like that. But I don't understand that song either. But the MV is very cute. I love the MV. I like the MV. The entire world mess. Kepler doing cheerleading routines. Oh, I remember a couple of the boys members say they wish to do more sexy concepts, so they probably didn't enjoy Whisper either. Yeah, Vita. Yeah. It's like, you know, we had, I think that the one that I did really enjoy, and I think that it was so poor, the promotion was for Drink It. Remember? Drink It? The vampire concept. I really did like that. Then they had Maverick, and yes, Maverick is very. It's not my favorite, but it has a great choreography, but then after that, like Stray Kids song was repetitive, especially case one for free something is weird. Not only them, even NC3, Jisoo, and Stray Kids member too. Realization hit when the anchor was giving them the real award trophy. Oh, yes. When they are passing through the Toro tunnel, that they are entering the award and they are grabbing the, oh yes, I saw a lot of groups grabbing that award right there. And I thought that it was the award actually. I thought that it was placed there so you can take it. I mean, I saw a bunch of group doing it, so I was like, oh, why? Poor people. Why didn't someone let them know before? Like, bad communication, see? Bad communication. I love it, see, but why? What did they win Artist of the Year for? Yeah, I love it, see, as well. But are you serious? Like, sneakers? Like, really? Um, and for Ive, see, I do think they deserve it because their two songs were very popular. Um, for them, I do get it for Ive, and also for Le Seraphim. Like, honestly, they got just one song that is fearless. That it's the whole song is repetitive, fearless and fearless and fearless. Like, I don't think. Yeah, the tuner part. Yes, exactly that part. Oh, I didn't know that. What soloist is he? Yeah, it was a surprise for me that Le Seraphim won. Like, I would have given them this. I don't know if they have them, the Rookie of the Year. But I wouldn't even give them the Rookie of the Year. I would have given the Rookie of the Year award. I know that probably they don't have it here in this award show, but I mean, I would give the Rookie of the Year award to New Jeans because definitely their debut was something different, like was something unexpected. It was very well managed. I know there's controversy behind the creative process and the creators. Let's not go there. Let's go with the final product. That that is the MV, that is the music, that is the style of the girls. I loved it. I think that for me it was a more impactful debut than Le Sserafin. I think that Le Sserafin had potential, but like Fearless is not a bad song, but I think that um, it didn't shock me. Like it didn't like wow, like what is this? Like I mean, I don't know if maybe it's because it's this sort of concept of the girls looking very model like that I felt like I don't know, like yeah, aesthetically maybe it was okay, but the song it wasn't like that, you know. I don't know. Also attention the same. I New Jeans and the Seraphim one. Yes, attention was one of the most iconic debuts. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Samara. Fearless trended for years, but for not for years, for months, but only because it was Hype's first new girl group. And actually, I think that that sort of novelty of being uh Hype's new girl group, I think that somehow because of the controversy and stuff, they were able to save that moment of we are introducing girl groups in our company by releasing new jeans. Because actually I think that new jeans was this sort of like ray of light, like like we were finally, if we are getting distracted or of the things that are happening backstage, we finally got distracted with something very beautiful, something very talented, something of substance, something very iconic, I would say. Like I really like these girls, but with Les Serafin, I didn't. I remember when I played DMB, I just like, I was like, yeah, it's Hype's new girl group, but yeah, it was very repetitive. Also, it was very repetitive. Like, mhm, yeah, yeah, for example, if we are talking about, girl groups with an impact, remember ITZY also debuting with their songs. Their songs are really iconic, like the songs. And well, now they got stickers, but sneakers, I'm sorry. But oh well, these things can happen, It seems like JYP cannot, company cannot, you know, release something good for the boy groups and for the girl groups at the same time. It seems like it has to be either one of them or the other, but there's not equality in there. Yes. Stickers. Yeah. Mm. It maybe sounds controversial, but I think the awards are paid. Nothing against. Yeah. Yeah. Because there are some categories, or there are some, I don't know which one was that award show that they handed the awards to almost everyone. What award was that? I know that it was during the pandemic because they wore their mask during the ceremony. Ah, TMA. TMA, that one, yeah. That I was confused because they keep naming the idols or the groups, and they got up and go to receive the award one after the other and the other and the other and the other, and you're like, oh my god, like, okay, I get it. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a logic behind that, because if they invite you, I guess that it's because you are going to win something. But hey, Fluffy, yeah, why artists of the year go to different people, to several different people? Yeah, yeah, I feel the same. Mm, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too, Parvati. But that's okay, because maybe they didn't want to attend, and that's okay. I think that, I don't know. I hope that we can have like a memorable award season, but I don't think. I think that the only way we would get that is if we have like a collaboration or a very memorable performance of the the most popular groups, you know, like a great performance of BTS, a great performance of Blackpink. I would want to see the girls like coming back to award shows, but oh well. Um, for Big Bang, it would be nice to see them again on stage, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Um, because I feel like something is missing, and definitely I'm no expert in this, and because I haven't been like a multi-stand for a long time, so I don't know much. But I did remember the awards ceremonies and you know and in of the most memorable for me maybe were like 2018, 2019, and that's it. EXO, exactly, EXO stage as well. Mm. Mm. Award shows shouldn't be political, but it's probably hard to prevent that at some point of their development. Mm. Also, what Hyunjin cut his hair like that? Oh, oh yes. I was thinking the same. I was watching a very brief clip of them in I don't remember which show, which music show. And what who cut his hair like that? Why? The bangs, yeah, but yeah, he looks like a monk. Like, why? Like, I don't. I was so confused. For a minute, I was like, I didn't even notice that it was him. You know, I was looking at all the members and I noticed that Ian had a new different color, you know, and also Lino, but and I was looking at Felix, you know, Felix. Oh, sorry, guys. Ugh. I was looking at Felix with that ponytail of his, very beautiful, and then thinking about the ponytail, I remember about Hyunjin, and I was like, "Where's Hyunjin? Where is Hyunjin?" And I started looking for him, and I was like, "Oh, that one over there is Hyunjin." I swear, I don't get it. Genial is back. Oh, Hyunjin is my bias, but what? Yeah, yeah. There are some haircuts that should be banned. Yes. It's the same when they did that that perm to BTS B to BTS Stay during Dynamite promotion when they did that press conference that he showed up with that curly hair like this, like who authorized this? Really? Yeah, someone should have told him, yeah, that I know, we know that you want to be eccentric and different and artsy, but that's not the right look. B has always had a perm. They would just comb it and blow it out of volume for volume. Vanessa, no, is out of topic, but Pluto the next year is in Aqua, so is the next year going to make a square of your natal moon? Oh, I don't know, Mariana. I don't know. I'm barely making it this year, so I don't know. I I I have no idea how that's going to impact. I don't know. But I hope it brings changes, like always. It's going to bring some kind of transformation because I'm always told to transform myself. So, yeah. JK with long hair. I prefer JK with short hair. Yeah, I know that my army friends, especially the ones that are JK bias, um, they definitely do love they do love him with long hair. For me, I don't like I prefer JK with short hair. I don't know why. I think that there's something according to my perception that his face doesn't match that well long hair. Um I like it when he has very short and very like um I don't know, I think he's beautiful like that, but I understand that people go crazy with him and long hair. If your moon is in early degrees of Scorpio, you have time before it makes a square to Pluto. Oh, I don't remember. Isn't it? I don't know. I had Pluto last year on my ascendant. All 2021 I had it on my rising, so nothing scares me anymore. I think BTS Jin won an award. I don't know what category and for what he won. Yeah. I agree. We can see the shape of his face more with short hair. Yeah, because he has like a small features. So I think that if you have him have long hair, somehow the long hair takes the whole protagonism. And I don't know. I just like it. He has a beautiful shape in his face. That I think that it looks better with short hair. I don't know, or maybe I'm just traditional. People said JK People said JK cut too much his nose. Cut, eh? People said JK or just joking? Because JK cut too much his nose, so that might be why he looks like a kid. Yeah, there's something about his body, his face that he looks like a kid for me sometimes. Like it depends on where are there people that find him actually sexy. I find him very youthful. I don't know, he for me his face is very, sometimes that's why for me I believe his body is sexy, but with his face his face reminds me of a kid, so I cannot say that from his hair and his face or his features that I think uh, that he looks like a sexy man, because sometimes I look at him and he looks like a young kid still. He has that, I don't know, for me. Uh, Hello everyone. Looking at the topic, I think I was meant to like to learn more about that. Okay. Like cut too much of the tip. Hmm. Hey, hey Lilian. JK is in Jungkook. Okay, okay. um, hmm. This may be my opinion, but I think he had surgery because his features don't fit his face sometimes. No, I don't think he had. I think he has the same. It's just that probably what's changing is the size of his body, because he's so small. Like his face is so small, and his features as well, and his body is like gaining muscles. So somehow it does look a bit like different. I find Jungkook to be irresistible in a cute way. He can be sexy, but when I think of him, I see a little bit. Yeah, for me, I have that I find him cute. Like I know that he can do the sexy moves, and that he's very charming. He's a very charming guy. I don't see him as sexy. I see him as charming. I found Mama 2000 Semi's stage unforgettable, and I do watch it often. Oh, yes, Hope. I think even RM looked different in this award. If you have noticed, JK Olby, he has done some nose work. Oh, yeah, he had a nose job for sure. Yeah, I have to see that actually, because I don't know. I think that it would be very, I mean, I have observed, I actually made my introduction to K-pop because of BTS. So I did watch a lot of videos and content of BTS. And I think that JK's nose in particular, actually a lot of BTS members' nose, is, I think that um it's very different, and it's very like regular noses, like in the sense that they don't look like a straight perfect like the models, like the model the usually the visuals to have it. So I think that I think that he still has the same nose. I don't know if maybe he had other kinds of but I think he looks the same. It's just that for me they definitely look older. Like I was paying attention, especially since they are in this era where they all have black hair or a dark color in them. There's no more like whitewashing also, like in there, not so much. um and the one that I'm, besides Yoongi, that Yoongi is beautiful. Yoongi is always white because he's beautiful. But I think that the one that I'm finding that he's really looking his best right now is Hobby, is J-Hope. I think that he had always been stylish, but now he looks like more confident and relaxed, and I think that I like to see the part of uh like serious Hobby. He's a very like a smiley kind of guy, but it's not the same to be a smiley as to be always like the funny one in the group. And I think that since he had been doing his own stuff, he was able to show a more serious, mysterious, charming also, um, side of him, and I find that very attractive. I actually think that he's more confident. I mean, I don't think that hobby has ever had like confident issues. I think that he's a very professional person, but since he's accomplishing so much, I think that he looks even more handsome now. Because look at his child pics, his nose looks slightly different. Almost all idols have at least one surgery for me. Yeah, I think Big Hit stole Essence doctors. You know, may have raised their basement, raided their basement. I'm telling you, 14-year-old JK looks very different from Blood and Sweat Tears era. Yes, and a lot of times it's a bit unnecessary, but oh well. Yeah, at least he has kept the general shape of his nose. He then cut himself a completely different one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because once they do that, you notice that it's not the original nose, because somehow that nose is so straight that it doesn't move. Like it's like Hobby's stage in Lollapalooza really showed how confident he can be. He's an amazing performer. Yeah, I just love him so much. And and you know, if Vita is still around, you know how I when I found out, when I noticed that actually something had been done to the boy's studio nose, I was so upset about that. I still am, because like sometimes it's hard for me to differentiate him from the other two visuals of the group, because somehow it seems like the three of them have the same nose, and I hate it and I don't want that, and I'm so I don't know why they did that, because I loved Jujon's very distinctive nose, and it was a very sharp nose. It wasn't a big nose, so I don't get it why they touch it. But again, oh well. Um, and yeah, and the other day I was watching a small clip of the Steeler promotion clips of Jujon, and he was with that nose of his, you know, his original nose, and I was like, oh, this is the nose that I miss. And now that I see him, it's like it seems like I'm not seeing him, because I noticed, you know, there are some, you know, this is why some people sometimes fight online about whether their favorites got plastic surgery or not, if they were born beautiful or not, you know. um but in this case with Jujon, what actually like impact me is that I did notice the change, and I was like, I was so upset about that, you know, so offended by that. I mean, offended. Why, you know, as if they would care if I get offended, you know? But I was like, no, don't touch that nose. Why? Why? I think I started to realize even more now who's had surgery, and I think I've always noticed. I just didn't acknowledge it. I got to know through an Insta account which focuses on idol surgery. They are very respectful while writing about the procedure, which I have never heard of. It's interesting. Yes, yes. Of course, they work with their image, guys. So, in that sense, we cannot be fooled, you know, like or get on the defensive about our favorites being um getting some things done, you know. uh Last night I was listening to a podcast about psychology podcast about catfish, and they were talking about, you know, the origins of catfish, you know, and and about you pretending to be someone that you're not, to for some people to like you or to accept you. And they were talking about how this had always been promoted, in the sense that we had always had this in modeling, in Hollywood. And there was a part where they talked about not only you using filters to look a certain way, or to look whiter, or to look more perfect, or your face to look flawless. They also talk about some guys using these insoles, these shoes that make them look taller. So actually they can look taller and tell that their height is a certain, and actually it's not. When you meet them in person, you know that they are very short. And I noticed that about K-pop. I mean, the guys in the groups, some of them do use these huge shoes with this very, it's not heels, but they have this very like platform, almost like kind of shoes. And you notice that they are not that slender or that tall as they make it, or as if when you watch an MV, or when you watch something of them, you're like, oh, he's so tall. And actually when you meet them in real life, you realize that there's something about, I noticed this especially in concerts, where some fans record them live. And because of their structure, you notice that some of them are really short, and that probably, yes, they do wear like these very these big shoes. um for example, the one that I notice is my Stray Kids bias, Lino. Lino, definitely, if you observe the proportions of his body, you notice that he's a short guy, because of his body frame, because of his legs, and even his head. You notice that he is, it's not that he is like robust, but it looks like his body frame is small, not slender. And and with Chambin the same, with the boys, Haknyon the same, um and probably even the idols that they say that are really tall. I don't know, probably you will have to meet them in person to see if they're that tall. For example, the one that amazes me every time I see pictures of him is God7 Jackson. That actually, yes, he has a beautiful body, but he's not that tall. Yes, Stray Kids is short. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jung from TXT is my bias, but he clearly had some procedures. Yes, yeah. Lip fillers and lip corners, plus his jaw is more narrow. Also found out that, yeah, really, yeah, it's, we are not like talking about that. They obviously do it to enhance their beauty, and also it's their job. So it's part of the job probably. So when we take it personally, probably it's because we are like, okay, yeah, I wish they would let them just be themselves, but they know the reasons. Probably they're in their standards, they have some things that they have to work on, and they touch their nose. Yeah, their bodies are their instruments. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, because they have to live with that afterwards, and it must be painful also. Yeah, yeah, Jun, there's something about his nose also that I'm like, I never seen a Korean person having this nose. Mm. Yeah, even the tall ones use these shoes. Lift, exactly. Yeah, Yeah, because I noticed because of when some fans record them, in fan signs, or you notice that they're very short, Um, but you have every once in a while you have an idol that is naturally like tall, but they say that they even lie in their profiles. For example, I don't know, the companies make a profile of a certain, and they tell you, oh, his height is this, and actually probably is not. um Thin lip. Oh, actually I like men with big, not with full lips, not thin lips. Okay, guys, let's keep talking. I don't know why we're talking about appearances today. We always like go to other, but it's great because I think that we can share our point of view, and actually it's really fun because sometimes we can share, by sharing our point of view, maybe some of you did notice something that I didn't, so we learn from each other, and I think that that's great. Um, uh, Shiny Jonghoon, the shortest, used to get mad at Mino and accuse him of using lips of one of the variety shows. Yeah, because it's a sort of way of cheating, because um it's like you make the other one look shorter, but actually you're short as well. Oh, I remember when someone asked Stray Kids in Feinstein about their tall height, and they didn't answer. They just say, "Look at white cheek." They want. There are some idols that are really tall. For example, I don't know, NCT Johnny, Jungwoo, Hypen's Nikki, that he grew really tall, very Sagittarius energy, always expanding. Talking about Sagittarius, BTS Jin, um, Sagittarius Moon. Let's talk about BTS Namjoon. About well, almost all the SF9 members. Um, Minhyuk, Subin, Jugyeon. That seven is tall. Yes. Chanyeol. Sagittarius Sun. Yeah. Chanyeol. The Sagittarius energy. Kai. Yeah, I don't know why. There's something about Kai that I don't usually remember that he's that tall. I don't know why. Maybe because he's very slim. But Mino. Mino is also a such. Why I thought Nikki's a Scorpio? Ah, no, Nikki's a such. Okay, guys. Um. Joshua is also is very tall also. Yeah, I think I remember someone said. Really? Pisces rising? Wow. Ah, yes, Rose is very tall. Mm-hmm. All the Blackpink members are so slender. That's why I think that they look really tall. Mm. Sui also of Twice. Okay, guys, what do you want to know about tarot reading? Um, because I'm getting sleepy here. I don't know why, but I'm low in energy. Probably because yesterday I had a stomachache and I'm still dealing with that. So I'm a bit like with without any energy left. And besides, I have to work tomorrow, so I have to get my energy up. But I'm so like drained. I don't know. I guess Taurus or Leo rising for Kai. Hmm. Leo would make sense. Yes. Yeah, I think it's kind of the day, Samara. How many times can you read tarot in a day? It depends. Um, including clients, I can probably free people. Free. I try not to read that often because I think that I actually have like a whole process of like I need to rest when it comes to because if I'm reading for someone, I'm definitely reading something for that person. So I'm like getting into their history, their story, their circumstances, whatever they want to know. So I have to get out of that state and get back in another. So in the days that I had a day off or I didn't have much to do, I would take free clients. But I remember once I was invited to this it was like a festival and they they were like it was like a yoga kind of conference and they invited me to read some oracles for people. And I remember that there were a lot of people coming and going and I think that after I read I pulled cards for like 2 hours and a half, and I swear that my head was like exploding because I was having like a very huge headache that I couldn't get rid of that. But I was like, it wasn't like I was feeling ill. I was feeling so overwhelmed by the energies because this is something that when you read for people in real life, the person that is in front of you, seated in front of you, has a lot of expectations, fears. Sometimes they are a bit distrustful, they are a bit stressed, they carry a lot during the encounter. So I get that when they ask me, it's as if they put all the weight on my shoulders, since I want to know something. So tell me what you see, so it's a huge responsibility. And also there are people that probably You will have clients that they are not very good at listening, so you probably, if you give them an interpretation, they will continually ask you other questions like, oh, what can you tell me about this, or what do you mean about this, why did you say this, oh, I want to know about this, so it's people that always want to know more, or want to, like, that are not satisfied with what they get. So this is why probably they are not very intuitive themselves, they are very impulsive. So probably if you didn't give them the answer that they were expecting, they will continually like ask you different questions to clarify something, and I think that they need to clarify themselves before asking something to the tarot. Yeah, it's just that people in every aspect are very demanding. There are people that are such a sweethearts, but there are people that just come uh, with a lot of negativity on them. So it's like you cannot help them heal that, because they think that a tarot session, or a tarot reading is going to change their lives for whatever they need. And sometimes maybe if life has been a bit like challenging, and they are not happy, is because there's a lesson behind all that, because we cannot be happy 24/7. There's always some struggles, and these people, they want to place the blame somewhere. So if you provide for them a tarot reading, they will not be happy about it, they will be uncomfortable, they will be like not listening, always questioning you, and you have to learn to deal with that. That's why um I noticed someone asked me about how I started reading tarot. I actually got a tarot deck for myself, because I always wanted to have one, even though ever since I was very young. Like, I think that the first time that I laid my eyes on a tarot deck was when I was 11, and I met a person that had one, and I wanted to have one, and this person was like, no, you cannot have one, because I had watched a lot of like supernatural and horror movies since I was very young, so somehow I knew about tarot, and but I don't know why I wanted to get my tarot reading, and this person was like, no, you cannot do it because you are very young. One day you will have one of your own. So once I was like with my dad, like buying groceries, and we came across a very holistic kind of library, and then I got my cards, um that they were really cheap. They were like made of a very thin material, and they were from the system of Marseillais. uh um so that's with that kind of like deck I started reading, like, and what I would do with that deck specifically is that, um just because I somehow thought that I had to learn what the meanings, with memory, by memory. So I used to write like the meaning upwards in here and the meaning in reverse in here. So I had the deck all written down. It was all written here with little phrases of what it meant. So of course, with the time, I used to practice with that, and I remember I used to take it very seriously and literally, because I would look at the keywords and I would be like, oh, this means this. And that's wrong. Actually, actually, it's a step of somehow remembering what it means, but it's somehow also like it doesn't help you in the sense that you probably get too stuck with that meaning and you are not good enough at expanding that expression, or that meaning. You are stuck in the keyword, and also you have to then learn to uh, put all the cards together, like they all together are telling you something, they're telling you a story, so you have to also learn how to do that. I'm starting to read and practice tarot now. I wanted to do it since I was 12. I remember a classmate had a deck and showed me the death card, and she said it was not necessarily death, but change. One thing I struggle with when doing tarot is trust my intuition interpretation of the cards. Yeah, yeah, sometimes it did happen to me. This is why I kept always reading for myself, and I for a lot of years I didn't have the courage to read for others because I felt like a huge responsibility. I was like, what if I am not delivering the message correctly? Or what if this is only my intuition or my perception? And what if this is not real? Or what if I'm saying, because this is why I think that there's more courses, and there's more information about tarot. When I was younger, there wasn't. So when you used to go to a tarot reader, they would just tell you your fortune, and they would tell you your future, and somehow those people maybe had like influenced some people or guided some people the wrong way, because you also have to be very respectful about how to deliver a message, because you don't know who is in front of you, you don't know who's listening. Probably if there's someone that is going through some hardships, if you tell them that, oh, things are going to continue this way, and they will continue, bad things will continue to happen to you because it's life, and because you got the death, not the death card, but you got a not so favorable card. It's very narrow minded actually to deliver a message like that, because the cards are actually like a reflection of our own unconsciousness. That's why, um, when I read for idols, sometimes, um, I struggle with how do I communicate this, because I have a lot of people in my. I try to always be very honest about what I see and what I don't see. But sometimes there are these fans that they think, they definitely believe that they know the idol, that they know the person behind the idol. So if for example I tell them like, no, I think that, I don't know, this idol, um it has happened to me with, I believe it was with uh TBSQ former member Kim Jejung, that I got a lot of cards that talk about him not getting money, or actually him losing money or not getting paid enough. And I remember that there was a fan that wrote in the comments like, oh, that's so wrong because he's one of the most millionaires or billionaires of South Korea, because he's one of the most well paid artists. I don't know, probably he has like a lot of money. Like, and I think that that's what is different sometimes for me to put into words, because the fans seem to like, they have their own system of beliefs, and in their system of beliefs is like they have this sort of unquestionable data or facts about the idol life or experiences. So when the cards actually don't show that, they are like, oh, you're lying. And no, maybe you're not lying. It's just that probably the cards, what they're telling you is that probably it's not about finances literally that he is struggling. Probably it's not about an amount of money coming into his life. It probably it's that I don't know what he's doing with that money. Probably I don't know. You think that he is a millionaire, or you think that he is someone that has a lot of money. But what if that money that he owns, he lends it to his family, or he gives it to his family, or he invested in somewhere that is not that is it is still in the process of not actually paying back what he gave, so you don't know your artist finances, um, um like transactions. I mean, I hope you don't get to that level of intrusion where you know how much he spends on a daily basis, or his bank account number. I don't know, but I think that sometimes people reading for idols is a bit challenging, in that sense. I gotten used to that, but I think that people sometimes have a very fixated idea of what their lives is about, and what who they are, and probably that they are that way, and they will always be that way, and no, they can change. Practicing, I read about Changkyun because I wanted to know if he was willing to stay with a starship, and the answer was no. So when that happened, I was like, but also happy because I was right. I was also right about Leo Messi leaving Barcelona, but I was sad about being right about that one. Yeah, I only watch your readings for idols. You are biased and respectful. I remember how you said some idols don't want to show something. Yeah, and how they want to protect their energies. We should respect that. Yes, because they are not, I think that the idols definitely, they know, probably the most sensitive ones, they know that their names are being summoned somewhere, that, and sometimes fans are very crazy and possessive, and if they do a lot of crazy stuff like trying to kidnap an idol, they probably try to do witchcraft with them. So that's why I think that if some of the most sensitive and intuitive idols somehow are reluctant to not sharing much about them, is because that's their choice. Because um that's it's like they know the truth. They know that there are some things that are acceptable of them, and there are some things that are not. So it's like they never win. They never win. It doesn't matter if you're the most talented and the hardest visual. There will always be someone talking bad about you, or criticizing without knowing your circumstances. Because um I definitely sense that when I read for some idols, I sense that not only they don't get what they want, and that probably they are not that prosperous as people think. Probably people think that because they are handsome, or because they are beautiful people, that they do not struggle with their identity and with self-esteem. And of course that they always have to be in good mood to receiving the fans, to somehow put on this mask to appeal to the audience, because you don't want to see a depressed idol, do you? like I'm sure we had a lot of idols going through not only depression, but going through losses, going through, I don't know, breakups, or going through some very harsh situation with their loved ones, and they have to pretend like everything is okay and that they are happy, that they are having a comeback, they are happy to see the fans, they are happy to go to a foreigner country that they don't know nothing about, just to be locked down in the hotel room. It's not that glamorous as people think. Sometimes when I see them record in their hotel rooms, I feel so sad for them, because that, to be in such a beautiful city, or very different places, and not being able to go out, you know and actually having to stay on the hotel, and it's like, yeah, I just had a concert and I saw the fans, and then I go on Be Live and I see the fans again, and I talk to my fans, and I talk, it's like sometimes they must miss having time for themselves, you know let's send them some crystal, poor thing. Yeah, it's just that sometimes when I read for idols, I also get a bit emotional. It had happened to me with some idols that actually they are not my biases, like, or probably idols that um that I don't know much about, but when I read for them, I get really emotional, and very frustrated for some, because it seems like, for some people, and I notice this when I read for actors as well, there's this fear, constant fear of losing an opportunity and of not having enough. It's not a coincidence, guys, that the Five of Pentacles, that is the card of losses, is a card that they always have. The Five of Pentacles is a card that you always see on an idol's reading, and it's a fear of losing. These guys, these girls, if they lose opportunities, or if they have to go to hiatus, they every opportunity that they miss, it means less opportunity to grow as an artist, or to be promoted, or to make money, because this is their job. This is why I think that sometimes people are like, oh, they are with us because they love us, and I'm sure that they love the fans, but at the end of the day, they also have a goal. They also have numbers. They have a sort of a study of the market, and we people, we are the market, we are the target. So this is why some very rude fans, they think that because they buy records, that they have ownership of these guys, and and no, because actually I believe that the slave era it's over, but there's something about, and this is something that I actually always notice about the symbolism in K-pop, especially in the MVs. I don't know if you ever noticed that they do have these scenes in the MV where some idol always is blindfolded, or it's always in chains, in chains, like always like prisoner of someone's love, like a puppet of someone. So I think that that symbolism also in MBs, I think that it has to do with them being this sort of like, when you are an object of desire, that sometimes you cannot, like, set yourself free from what the other wants out of you, you know um You're often burning sage before reading. Would you say this is a must for pulling cards? Yeah, in my case it is. In my case it is because I noticed that I do get very like very dizzy, or I get headaches, or I get very I then I cannot sleep. I because I am so like empathic sometimes, that I definitely need to like do some kind of like ritual, like to light an incense stick, to light Palo Santo, to, I don't know, like some perfume, something. I do that because I believe that it works for me. But I wouldn't say that it's necessary. I've seen a lot of tarot readers that they do not use this. They just pull the cards. For me, I do need it to ground myself, because I tend to get so much into um in to because somehow, for you to get the message for someone that is not you, you have to somehow get out of yourself, so to be a sort of like a vehicle of whatever is so I think that I always need to clean my space with resins or with incense. But it's just a practice of mine. I don't think it's necessary. I know people that do say a prayer. I do not do that, but I think that you definitely know what's I noticed there are some people, and I had been taught that when I did some tarot courses, that you need to knock on a deck to before you start reading, to charge it, supposedly. I don't I don't do that, because I was taught to do that, but I don't use it. Um, yes, when I do finish the reading, yes, I do use like a quartz, like a crystal quartz. On this case, I have like a smoky quartz, and I place it on top of the deck, and I leave it like that. um but yeah, it's I think that um you have the way to what feels right for you. There's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong with tarot. For example, the other day I was telling people that, um, because I had a new deck here, this one, that it's very slippery. I don't know if you noticed that it's the cards are very glossy. You see, they are very glossy. So when I try to shuffle them, eventually one of them is going to jump, or a few of them, or a lot of them is going to jump out. And nowadays, I notice that there are some on TikTok or on Instagram. There are some tarot readers that they do this shuffling, and all the cards that jump out are the cards that they are going to read. And for me, I don't do that. Like, for me, like, I shuffle and I pull the cards. Like, I mean, if one jumps out, I take it. But I don't shuffle and wait for the card to jump to be that, oh, this is the one. No, I don't do that. I take the card myself. But nowadays, I notice that there's a lot of people that do shuffle with a lot of force and intention, and then like the cards start jumping out, and this is the cards that they're going to read. I don't do that. I pull the cards with my own hands. Yeah, lots of tarot symbolism. And in the voice, no air, I think the Free of Swords appears, by the way. Yeah, they do use some tarot cards to sort of like add I don't think there's a symbol in there. I don't think they even know what it means. I think that they do it for aesthetics, you know, like everything in K-pop, it has to do with what looks good. And sometimes when they are in this very like um mystery or sexy concept, they add a lot of like I would say a lot of like supernatural kind of like things. The symbolism in, in New Jeans video is why I can't get into New Jeans. It's like super weird. What tips would you give beginners like myself? Things to keep in mind. Um, I think that what you have to keep in mind is that you have to find your own way to actually build a connection with the deck. That's why I always advise people, because I do have a lot of tarot decks. um I think that if you have a tarot deck, please work with that tarot deck. Don't get too excited and go buy different oracles. I know they are all pretty. I know that the tarot decks are very, it's like you get fascinated by all of them and you want to buy them all because it had happened to me, and then they would end up in a drawer because I wouldn't read with them. I would always stick to the same one. You know, the same thing that happens with clothes, the same thing happens with the tarot. So I would advise you to get to know very well the tarot. Get to know very well, and have it with you. Just touch it, you know, have it with you, not with when there's people around, just when you are on your own. Have it close to you, like, you know, if you want it to exercise your intuition, you can pull one card for a day, and just let the tarot talks to you, you know, because it definitely has a symbolism. So I think that it's very personal, the relationship that you build with the tarot. Um, but I think that it's a whole process. It's a whole process. There's no do's and don'ts, actually. I think that it would be very like very um like restrictive to tell you what to do and what not to do. I just advise people that if you are going through a moment or when you are very sad or you are very ill or you are intoxicated in the sense that you had drink alcohol, um, or other substances, like, do not go to the tarot, because I believe that you have to be in your best self to actually connect with the tarot. Like, and also don't let other people touch it. You know, I think that I personally, when it comes to my crystals and my tarot decks, I don't want people to touch my tarot deck. If it's if it's a client, yes, because you can offer it to for them to shuffle, but sometimes the client gets a bit awkward when you ask them to shuffle, because they ask you, they don't know how to, they don't know if they are doing things correctly. So you can shuffle for them, and then you can like offer them so they can pull the cards themselves or not. I pull cards for them, and it's fine. um I only know the card was meant to jump out because when I shuffle again, I pull the same card. What's the easiest or best way to start learning the meaning of cards or read intuitively, just like a beginner? Um, I think that you can start with the easiest one is the system of the Rider White tarot, because the Rider White has people and it has like circumstances, it has like a scenes. So when you watch it, you can somehow like associate it with something. For example, in the case of the Sun, you have the child here, so it can talk about, you know, being innocent, about the brightness, about your inner child, you know, about the, you know, the part of life where you feel like you are the most authentic, and that you look at everything with brand new eyes and very excited to see what's out there for you. The cards will talk to you, you know. They have like any scenario. Sometimes it doesn't mean that you have to take it seriously. It depends how you work your intuition. This is why I think that working your intuition is as important as learning from the keywords from a book. It's important that you know what it means, but it's also important for you to look at the card and really study it from the whole like the whole details, you know. Because if you notice this one, you notice, you know, a person, you know, I always call this the pages like the beginners of the tarot, you know. And you always notice that, you know, there's a lot of plants here, like there's growth here. Definitely this page is related to growth. This is related to take it slow because they're just starting, but they are going to grow. Because on the horizon you also see, you know, see what is surrounding the character, you know, see what they're doing, you know, the way you know, if they're smiling, if they're serious, what way they're looking at, you know. There's a lot of symbolism in tarot. There's one card has a lot of, like, a lot of details. So yeah, I bought a lot of tarot decks but only used 2 or 3, but I think the one that gives more clear is the Rider White. Would you work with a deck with no pictures? Yeah, yeah, because I actually, like, I started when I was younger, I started learning with one. That is the Marseillais. The Marseillais, it has like the wands, it has like swords, it has like um yeah, and there's not much. And actually I'm going to go get my favorite tarot deck to show you guys. I'll be right back. Sorry guys that it took so long. I couldn't find it. It was hiding from me. And I also were, I'm sorry, I wanted to get my mate. I'm sorry guys, I'm going to have some cookies in front of you because I'm starving. I had been, I actually didn't have lunch because I was feeling bad to my stomach, but now I'm starting to get hungry, so that's why I got mate, because I'm starving. It was really difficult to I don't know if this is something that probably, it's not just because you have a lot of ese cojino almohada bien Latinoamérica, sí. My favorite color is red, so I often buy a lot of things that have red on it. Sí, no sé qué, Mariana, honestamente, no sé. Para mí puede ser que tenga principio de celiaquía, que sea celíaca, porque comí algo con pan, y me está cayendo mal últimamente. Así que no sé. No soy de comer mucho, pero algo me cayó mal. And as I was saying, when it comes to tarot decks, I noticed that sometimes when I struggle to find a deck, sometimes decks do hide, like they do not want to be found. So in this case, this is I often use this sometimes here. It's the vice versa tarot. This pouch is very old, but my mom made it for me, so I keep the cards here. It's like a small pouch. So I keep it here. And in here, I think that, oh no, I thought I had like a crystal, but no. Actually, I used to have a crystal here. I don't know why it's gone. But yeah, I often, when I have like a small like bag for the tarot, I put some stones in here, some crystals, to keep it protected. And my favorite is the vice versa tarot. It's very old, actually. You can see that I even painted, this was me actually. I tried to paint it, because it was getting like very, like, not dirty, but it gets a bit awful, the color. So I try to paint it with a with a sort of like pink pen. This is my favorite, the vice versa tarot, because it has two sides to one. Yeah. You see, this is the front. This is the 10 of Pentacles. You know, you see this man, you know, with you know, with the dog, you know, he already lived his life, he already gained all this, he's sitting, he's comfortable, he's stable. But then, you know, part of that abundance is also his legacy. This could be his children, or I don't know, one of his children and their spouse, you know. But actually, you know, the like his real abundance, his real prosperity is that he has legacy, you know. So this is very beautiful, very beautiful. Like I always tell you, watch the details, observe the details. See, you know, observe the details. Yes, yeah, and also because there's something about me that I actually don't like to read reversal. I don't like to read reverse cards. I know that there are people that do it. I cannot. I just don't like it. Actually, whenever I get a card that is upside down, that is on reverse, I feel so guilty because I'm like, oh, that poor person got this reverse card because I didn't shuffle well, or I didn't put the cards in order. So I felt really guilty about that. So I was like, no, I'm going to read them all in their original side because, and actually, no, because if you get a reverse, it has a meaning. But for me, it made me feel really like uncomfortable, as if it was like, you know, I could have shuffled better and maybe that person would have gotten a better card. I don't know. You know, it's, yeah, I think that I can understand like the meaning. Actually, is not that difficult. Actually, if you think about a reverse, is as if is the same in astrology. You know, when you have, for example, in a planet, when you have um you have a sign that is not comfortable in that energy, that is not compatible in that energy, so they say that is not well aspect or aspected. um so they say that probably it's not in its domicile, you know. So is this sort of energy that, yes, you have that energy to work with, but somehow it's going to be a bit more challenging to put it into work. It's going to be a slowed down, it's going to be a bit refrained, it's going to be a bit hard to actually express that energy because it's in a very uncomfortable position. So it's about that, you know. It's not just think about the basic meaning. When it's in reversed, it means that that potential that the card upside that the card upwards had, if it's upside down, it means there's like there's a slowdown, there's a blockage there. That it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen, it means that probably it's going to take longer. For example, I'm going to show you the High Priestess. This is the High Priestess. And if you look the other way, there's more symbolism. So you know she has the knowledge, but the knowledge is hidden. The knowledge in the, yeah, debilitated planet, exactly. You know, this is the knowledge, this is the keys that actually the Hierophant do have these keys. But in the case of the High Priestess, she is holding it. She is like preserving the knowledge. because there's I always tell you, the actually the High Priestess is a card that represents us, the tarot readers, because there are some things that are meant to be hidden. There are some mysteries that are not meant to be solved, at least not for the moment. You know, um, sometimes when people want a certain answer for something, sometimes it's better for you not to know it. That's why I always tell people, when they ask so insistently about things that are, like, oh, but you read about this, but I wanted to know about this, and you didn't expand on this. I wanted to know about this subject. Well, that subject didn't come out on the reading. So that means that when I'm reading for a certain person, if that doesn't come out, unless the person itself is asking me, but since I'm reading for a public person, a public persona, and they are not asking me to read for them, I'm doing it because, request. Um, Sometimes what comes out is what you need to know at the moment. So it's not like you can, like, oh, let's pull more cards, so yes, I can, like, tell you whatever you want to know. No, there are some things that are meant to be hidden. There are some mysteries that have to stay that way, in order to for there's a balance, there's a reason why you are not supposed to know some things about your idols, nor through astrology, nor through. We can speculate, yes, but we cannot confirm nor deny certain things about their lives, because the idol that we are asking about, it's an illusion. That identity that you see on TV, it's made. So, you are not supposed to know certain things from them. They are supposed to remain a mystery. And they remain a mystery so you can fantasize about them. So you can use them. Use them as, as motivation. Use them, to feel love, to feel desire, whatever you need. But you cannot be like, oh, I demand to know everything about this idol, or what he does when when he leaves the practice room. Like, why? Like, you know why are you so. The tarot also puts a stop to our questions. When we ask too much or insistently about something, they just stop, um, like, giving you answers. Like, you can pull a lot of cards about a certain topic, but if they if if the tarot doesn't want to answer you, it seems like they will go in circles, and you will get a bit confused about what am I reading. How do you call that deck again? Vice versa tarot. Fluffy. Vice versa tarot. It's from Lo Scarabeo. I have this. It comes with this little book. The little book. Just, I mean, if you're a beginner, I don't advise you to throw it away. But eventually, when you get into tarot reading, you notice that you don't need this, because it always has the same keywords. That sometimes the keywords are, if you stuck too much to what they say, you can actually, like, get too, like, accustomed to having that book. So I always advise people to give it a meaning of your own. you know, there are some cards that are a bit more challenging to actually remember. So you try to find your own interpretation of what it reminds you of. You hit the nail on the head. I don't expect anything other than being entertained and the idol just being a decent person. Yes, yes, yes. Um, Even I had when I wanted to start this channel. Actually, I believe I was in a Kakao Talk group with armies, with some armies, and I used to talk about tarot and the guys' beer charts, and they were so entertaining. And I remember we would go to Discord BC for hours, always talking about, you know, about BTS beer charts and everything. And they were like, "Why don't you make like a YouTube so a lot of people can actually enjoy? You know, this is great content. Like this is." And I was like, at first I was excited because I had so much people like actually like having faith in me, but at the same time I was like, should I do this? Because I had watched like tarot readings on my own, like for idols, you know, because when you follow K-pop content, every once in a while tarot readings come out, and I wasn't sure if that's what I wanted to do, because um it wasn't about like feeling like I was invading them. It's just that what I got from the cards wasn't what the picture that everyone had of a dead idol, for example. And you know, sometimes I know how the fandom works. You know, I know how fans are. So I was like, what if I say something that will trigger them, you know, and they will come after me because I say that, I don't know, that their favorite is in a relationship, or and I was like, what if, because I know me, I know myself, and whenever I pull cards, whenever I read astrology for people, I am not the kind of messenger, or I'm not the kind of interpreter that delivers pretty words. You know, I always been that kind of person that always brings out the the part that you don't want to see, or probably the part that you don't want to face. Um, Sometimes my interpretations had changed a lot of people's lives, but at first it was awkward, and at first it wasn't nice. And it's not because I'm not nice, or I'm saying I'm not. I do watch what I say. I am very mindful about what I say. But I know that if you want a tarot reading with me, you have to be ready to hear the truth, because I'm not going to sugarcoat things. And I probably will go deep into places that you haven't thought that it was there. So, and it's not that my intention is that, it's just how things work with me. So I always tell people, because it has happened to me as a therapist as well. I always tend to bring out the very hidden part of that person, that probably that person had kept that side very hidden, and then they come into the consultation with me, and in 15 minutes they are already like crying about it. So I do have that sort of like way of working, and because I want to transform that person's experience, because if they want to ask about tarot, or astrology or whatever, is because they are looking for a transformation. um, they just want to be guided somehow. They don't want to be left alone. They don't want to do it alone. They don't want to do it themselves. They need someone by their side. I do not interrupt that process. I allow that process to happen. But if you are with me, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. You will have to be very honest with me because I will find out anyways. So there are some topics like K-pop, K-pop idols, like I always say, the human behind the idol, that sometimes is not as people think it is, and sometimes there's this very fixated image and idea that my idol is like this and he will forever be like this. And I'm like, oh, but the cards are not telling me that. So is um is tough because I'm like, I have a midheaven in Libra. So somehow I do want to keep the peace. I do want to, like, to keep things balanced. I don't want people to feel attacked, but I also have to be honest about what I see. And yes, thanks to those armies. Yes, I had the blessed, thank God. I had been very fortunate to meet really good armies that had accompanied me through all the, well, we all had been in lockdown, and I had, like, hold on really tight to BTS content and everything that was going on in that moment. Um, and I had the chance. I even have very best friends thanks to that. They live in a very different and far away place from mine, and probably we will never meet in person, but they are my friends. So I think that this is great. There are some things, of course, that I do not. There are some things about army that I do not agree on. That's why I quit a lot of places, and I just kept the friends that I'm the closest to, because I have no time to be pendant on drama, and I think that there are a lot of things, very serious things going on in the world. So I don't want to get, like, I don't want to have people, like, telling me how to be a fan, and always arguing about, or having to defend myself for the way I think. So I think that the same had happened to you guys, with any fandom. If you feel like you have to defend what you believe in, or that you are not allowed to have an opinion, I think that that's not the place to be. And in my case, I always try to make a decision about where I want to be, um, because life is one. At least this is our present. So if you have the possibility to choose, always choose content and choose what entertains you, but don't engage in this, because at the end we are not the holders of the truth. We are just speculating. Now that I think about it, the best readers dealt with have some strong Scorpio placements. They tell it like it is. Yeah, yeah. um yeah, I try not to hurt people in the process, because I am a person myself, and I know that I'm very sensitive myself. So if I go to a therapist, or if I go to a tarot reading, and I feel like someone is, like, being rough with me, or harsh, or actually pushing me to face certain things that I'm not ready to face, I'm going to walk away, and I'm not coming back, because I also have, like, resistances, and I also have, like, like, we all have our defense mechanisms. So sometimes it does depend of how gentle the person that is in front of you is being with you, because we all like, if we were all like really like good at accepting the truth, we wouldn't need others to tell us, or a tarot reading to tell us what's going on. But like I always tell you guys, there's ways and ways of telling things. If you are disrespectful, or if you treat me like I like you know everything and I don't, I feel offended and probably I'm gonna come back. So that's why I always try to be respectful, because we are all doing our best, and we are not uh we are not um like experts in this. We are all transiting this life the best we can. And thank God we have K-pop. That's why I tell people I am so grateful that I became a multi-fan, because I started to get into the different universes of different groups, and I love all of them. I love all of them. And I think that K-pop definitely is a very soft force that is very needed in these moments of where there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of tackiness, there's a lot of like rude content, there's a lot of ugly content, and I'm not talking about aesthetics, I'm talking about ugly ugly people, in the sense of ugly attitudes, about, oh, if I'm disrespectful I'm funny, so you can watch my show while I'm disrespecting others because I am celebrity. you know there's a lot of things going on the media that are not very healthy. So I prefer to stay with K-pop, that yes, we know that probably their noses are not their noses, their lips are not their lips, they bought it. And that the poor guys and girls, they go on diets, yes, because they have to keep a certain standard, but they are working, they are giving it their all to entertain us. And and yes, they probably don't know who we are, but it's a sort of give and take relationship. Yeah, I do online personal readings. No, actually, it's been a while since I actually haven't had like a client in person for ever since the pandemic, because I actually don't have time. So I always record the reads and I send the link because it's easier for me, and for the person to also listen to it whenever they have the time. Um, but yeah, some reads are way too dramatic. Yeah, yeah, no, it's just that you know um probably is because it's part of the entertainment. Like, I don't know how to say it, but I think that sometimes drama is part. That's why when I wanted to start these readings, I actually do follow a few tarot readers that are very good at what they do, and they had been doing this for a while. Actually, I had recommended, like, I think her name is Nocturne Lullabies. Nocturne Lullabies. The Lion's the Lion's Den. I have been following her for a while, for a lot of years actually. Then there's another girl that she's really sweet and that she's really good. And you know how I pick these people? Because every time they make an interpretation, and they actually have they have their readings where they are pulling the cards on the video, so you can see that the card that they're talking about is the card that they just pulled. So I definitely, when I see that what they are interpreting, I'm like, oh, that card definitely means that. So I know that they are not like inventing or making things up. Mm, yes. Yeah. It's just music. Mm-hmm. It's just music. It's just that um I don't know. I don't know, guys. I think that we all have different priorities. In a sense that in my country, and I think that anyone that is from Latin America, you are going, you know that what's trending or what's popular is actually reggaeton, and and actually I don't like reggaeton. I don't like the lyrics, I don't like the artist, I don't understand it, but it's popular, it's what the kids consume, that is what they repeat. And have you ever seen White Feather Star Love? Her journey is not just about love, very real. Oh no, I don't know about her. Oh, I'm going to follow her. White Feather Tarot. Oh, that name is beautiful. Nocturne Lullaby, she is so gentle whenever she says something like this. I'm sorry guys, I'm going to eat in front of the camera, but I'm hungry. Um, she's so gentle with the way she talks about the description of the cards. And I think that it's a very peaceful experience. Yes, she's a very peaceful experience to um and she's very organized with pulling the cards, because if I had the chance that she has to record that, I would probably be a bit messy because I tend to pull cards, but not in the organized way that she does it. I'm actually a bit more anxious, or I'm a bit more, I wouldn't say nervous, but if I have to pull more cards, I do them without like asking. So probably I would pull a lot of cards. Or if I have different decks, I would mix all the different decks in one table because I'm used to work like that. If my intuition lets me know that this is the way to go, um, mm, mm. No, si eso es un bebé. Mm. Yes, Lona. I'm very disorganized in that sense. And I also do follow an Argentinian tarot reader that whenever she delivers the tarot readings for me, the videos, she's also very like um she is also very like messy when it comes to pulling the cards. She like pulls one that I cannot do, of pulling so many cards, but she does it, and she tells you the whole story. So she is amazing. No, guys. It's just that that's what's popular today. That's why I love K-pop. And the other day I had a really fun experience with a client, with the um with I wouldn't say an old lady because she's not that old, but she was older than me. She came to buy a few creams for her skincare. So we were talking, and she and I don't know why we got to a section where I have these masks that are Korean, that the brand here is called Kuni. Um, and we were talking about it. We were talking about the Korean skincare and stuff. And she was like, "Oh, but did you see their faces? They are all flawless." Well, we were talking about that, you know. And I was like, "Oh yes, I love their skincare and stuff and whatever." And she was like, "Yes, because I love, you know." She's like, I'm 60, but I am in love with Korean men. You know, I watch on Netflix, and we were talking about K dramas all of a sudden. She was like, "Did you see them? Like, how much? I don't care about the plot, but they're so beautiful." Like, and we were talking about that. You know, that lady was hilarious. Like, and she was like my she was like my soulmate, you know, because we were all talking about K dramas all of a sudden. Hmm. She was probably talking about Chaewoo, I'm sure. But one thing that we were talking about K dramas is that sometimes somehow for us there's romance is missing, like romance or romantic gestures in our everyday life is missing or is lacking. So when we watch these K dramas, it doesn't matter if people think that they are too cheesy, that they are not real, but while you're watching it, it somehow connects you with the feeling of, wow, this is so romantic. Like, I love this scene, or I love this too. I love this couple. Like, you know, it gives you a moment of wow, romance, you know, like romance. And yes, everything is pretty, everything is aesthetic, everything is perfect, he is perfect, you know, because in reality, yes, we are lacking romantic gestures and romance, you know. mm, Go Lilian. Wow, Lilian, I swear, I thought you were my age, Lilian. I love Lilian. You're going to do great, Spirit. It's just a moment. Don't feel. Yes, I'm French, and in Western media, I find writers are so afraid to portray romance. And I say, yes. What part of France are you from, Fluffy? I remember you told us, but I never like. Um, we love Lilian. Yeah, we love Lilian, and she has a great energy as well. Southeast of France. Maybe Fluffy, if me and my coworker are able to sell a lot of La Roche-Posay sunscreens, maybe we can win a contest and I can win a ticket to go to France. So I don't know. The competition is high, but I don't know. Maybe who knows? Maybe for next year, I don't know. Who if I put all my effort and energy, maybe I can go to France. I can win a trip to France. But it depends of how many sunscreens we get to sell in this period, because we are in spring, but you know, summer is very close, so we do have a lot of um La Roche-Posay sunscreens, and Vichy as well. So, who knows? Maybe, and this, and I imagine if my biases are also in France, I would die. I would die. I would die. Oh, we can dream together, guys. It's cheap. Leona. I'm in France in my mind. We are all in France in our minds. Yes. Oh, yes, Mariana. How come? How come? How come we are so close? I am so close. I am so close to actually being able to see the boys. Yeah, in Japan as well. And they are going to be like next door, not next door, but very close, and I cannot go. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. Why can they come to Argentina? It's here. It's like, I know we are not. It's just that I get it because probably Chile pays a lot of money for K-pop companies, for because it's not the first time that they actually. I believe BTS also went to Chile. In case of Argentina, we never get this their attendance or something like that. But they actually do have a lot of fans here in Argentina. It's not just me, or but yeah, our economic situation is not the best. So probably, yeah, for K-pop companies, it's not a good deal. Barely anyone goes to Saudi Arabia either, so low. Only a few started recently, but not much. Yes, Rim. But they are starting to go. Did you notice? What we can do for them is actually provide good food. Like, we can really feed them with any kind of meat that they want. you know they can get a lot of meat. We can even like send it to South Korea. We can put it in a freezer and send it to you. You will have meat for years. But we cannot pay. I'm sure that they are very expensive to get them in a country. Ay, sí, vamos a respirar el mismo aire que ellos. Oh, wow. Ah, yo creo que Monsta X fue a Argentina, ¿no? Do you remember, Spirit? If Monsta X was in Argentina? Oh yeah, that's very unfair, Samara. They always go to LA. Like like the US has so many cities. Like, how come they all only go to LA? They love that food is the way to the heart. Exactly. I heard in country B1 got criticized for holding hands and hugging fans. They probably didn't know they are very conservative, and the girls were very excited. Oh, it's just that I think that the idols, honestly, I think that the idols would get really uncomfortable with us because we are very touchy. We definitely do not know much about distance, like physical distance. We are very loud, and we are very like coming, because at the other day I had Korean customers, and I was like trying to keep my distance, but you know how we are. We eventually are very like, like, and they are very like shy, like, because there was a moment where he was googling in his phone, I guess, because he wanted a cream, a face cream, but I was showing him a brand that probably he didn't know about. So he was Googling about it. So, while he was Googling about it, I was next to him and I was looking at the phone and I was like, oh, he's looking at the brand that I was mentioning. So I was like getting closer and closer, so, but to help, not to be like, and I was like, and he was like, and then he was showing me like, do you have this one? And I was looking, and but yeah, at the end he was really nice, but I had to get close to him to see the phone, because I'm very blind, like, and probably for them it's a very, like, they always try to keep distance, and I was very like in his space, I guess. But he did buy a few things. It's always LA and New York for the US. Le doy una arepa, listo, dañada cuando llegue. Yeah, and if they go to Florida, they will go to Miami. Oh, then Mosaics will love you guys. They do so much skinship with fans. Yeah, it's just that we are very touchy, like, but yeah, I understand it because of the situation, like, but it's not, maybe we don't touch you, but we lean close to you, so you know that we are paying attention to you. Super Junior cuando le tiraron los sostenes. Yeah, yes. I remember I watched a TikTok of Super Junior members. Like, no, even I saw a TikTok about Taemin explaining that he was, I believe it was our country, I believe it was Argentina, that he was talking about how passionate the fans are. So he was like, they were throwing the brass at us. And like he was explaining the whole situation. Yes. 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 Mosaics made a million in just one night on US tour. Of course, it's all about the money. That's why groups prefer US shows. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure. Love touring in Latin America, I noticed. EXO mentioned that too in an interview. So, oh, I feel so ashamed. But yeah, that's I wouldn't do that. But yes, that's something that a lot of fans, yeah, they do that. I think that the one experience that was very, BTS hobby loves Latin America. He loves Brazil the most because there was this instance in the show where he was performing his solo song Mama, and and while he was singing, and there was a moment where all the fans were shouting J-Hope, 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 and he even he took off his ear in, because he was like, and his face, he was like, he was like, they're cheering for my name, and I even got chills listening to it, watching that moment. That's the power, I think that that's the moment where the artist is like, wow, this is about me, this is, and I felt so proud, like a Latin America uh fan, that actually the fans were able to turn this into a party, because sometimes I feel that um there I mean, I do appreciate the fans that do film everything, because I'm sure that it's a very meaningful moment to them. So to record it would be really nice, like to have a memory. But at the same time, there's this thing that you are always behind your phone and you're always trying to record everything that you're not enjoying. the experience of listening to the songs and actually like getting into the experience. So I think that the Brazilian fans actually did a very good job in that, you know, to turn that concert into a party. Mm, yes. Saborami. Yeah, I remember how he mentioned the passion. No wonder he likes South America. His back reaction was powerful, his performance. Mm. Yes, international fans sing the whole song. The whole song with all their heart and you know how difficult it is for us because of our strong accent to actually rephrase some words. I can believe Chuhun clowned international fans for trying to oust mosaics in their own concert. La chica que gritó por J-Hope se iba a quedar sin pulmones. Sí, sí. BTS has some memorable moments with their fans, yes. Yeah. But not toxic ones, just funny ones, you know, funny and, you know, just those crazy things that you do because you are so happy to see them, you know. Is there a card, guys, uh, that you struggle like in actually remember its meaning? Never forget. Oh my. Wait, guys. I will never forget their Amsterdam concert. Not about memory, but I want to understand the Hierophant more because it's my birth chart. Yes, the Hierophant actually it's a very tough card for a lot of people. Actually, we all struggle with the Hierophant. The Page of Swords. We all struggle with the Hierophant. As usual, when you look for a card, they are always at they are always at the last part. Wait, guys. Where is it? Oh, I don't know why, guys, but I cannot find it. See, this is something that happens. Oh, the Hierophant here. sometimes the world. Well, see, this is the Hierophant in this tarot deck. The Hierophant, it often talks about, because if you notice, he's always surrounded by an structure, by a building. So there's this sense that there's like a stability built behind him. So he is like a sort of representation of this building. That's why whenever I get the Hierophant, I always think about the companies, always. Because they do represent something that had been going for a while, that it's rooted, that it has its traditions, that is not easy to like bring down. This is why sometimes I think that when we think about companies and their mistreatments and all the things, all the laws that they break, all the things that they do not do right, and we are like, oh, we hate them, or we want them to pay, or we want them to do this differently. They are sitting on this sort of like authority of like, I know better, I have my book. The Hierophant, it also represents the energy of Taurus. May, it's the fifth month. So, the Hierophant, it does represent, the the solid perception that you are, that that you are right. So this is why sometimes this card is represented by this sort of Pope, that he sees himself as the authority. So whatever he's like the representative of God on earth. So he's like the beholder of the truth, or he's like the one that puts the rules. So sometimes, and these are, that sometimes we do see little heads. In this case, we see two people, but he's always represented by these two heads here. So I also bought the Marsella, so you can see, that I was like talking about how I learned with the Marsella. The Marsella, it doesn't have, it has the chord, the characters, but they, you have also the ones here. So it's a bit more complex to learn. That's why I always advise beginners to start, if you want to, with the rider. And in here, because this is the most traditional deck, in here, if you notice the Pope, the Hierophant, it's also, you have these little heads that is like this these little people that are like its disciples, it's students, it's followers, so this is why they are represented. How in this picture, the Hierophant looks huge in comparison to these people, in this case as well, because this is a way to show you how powerful he is, how powerful the Pope is in comparison to the other ones that are sort of like listening to him and absorbing his teachings, his lessons, whatever information he is like sharing with them. He is this sort of like very rigid and stable authority. So whatever he says, it's like it's his word of honor. He has honor. So when we think about the Hierophant, we think about someone that somehow, it's a situation that it's about traditions, and sometimes it's about following those traditions. When you have a Hierophant, it means that probably you do have to play along according to the rules. You have to follow the rules. You have to follow the instructions. You have to follow the protocols. You have to follow what is being done before. you cannot go wild and being rebellious, you know, like, oh, I'm going to do my own thing and I'm not going to listen to what others are telling me because I want to do what's best for me. No, the Hierophant is like, is this sort of very very strong wall, you know, that somehow it stops you, and it's like, no, you have to do things accordingly to what has been established before. You cannot do something new. You have to stick to traditions. So when you have a Hierophant, sometimes it means that probably you have to learn more about some etiquettes or some protocols or the history of why things are happening that way. You know, for example, in the case of, I don't know, a K-pop idol, that okay, we got this card and we know that it's about the company, but sometimes this is like reminding you that that company, that group, that idol, there's a whole system of beliefs behind them and inside the building and probably above the building, that is, like I always tell you, pulling the strings of what is going to happen. You know, that sometimes we think that we can change some traditions, or we think that we should change and bring something new, but the Hierophant is like, no, it's not time to change anything. It's more about accepting and adapting, because the person that here is setting the rules is someone that he knows what he's talking about, or he knows why he's doing what he's doing. So even though you can be like, oh, but this is very outgraded, or this is very old, this is very old fashioned, this is wrong, like we don't want to follow these traditions anymore. But it depends. Sometimes traditions do bring some structure to our lives. So instead of you like trying to oppose this and be like, oh, I'm not going to do what I'm told, actually the Five of Pentacles is reminding you that you have to honor traditions and you have to honor, like for example, if you want to travel overseas and you're like, oh, but I got this card, it means that you better follow the traditions of the place you're going, and you better also study and learn a lot about what you need to do in order to be in that place. Like inform yourself, like talk to entities of this new place. Don't go there trying to be like, oh, because I am a foreigner, I'm going to do what I want. No, inform yourself, educate yourself. It's better to go educate yourself. Like, do not go just like, you know, sorry guys, I think I got disconnected a bit. Can you see me? Okay. Yeah, actually, for some cards, I have a hard time connecting the cards with their astrological counterpart, like the Chariot and Cancer. You explain the Taurus Serifan connection really well. Yeah, but also you can think about the elements. You know, sometimes I try not to get too like, because I tend to get it right when it comes to astrological things, you know, especially when I'm literal. For example, I have a major arcana and I'm like, oh, this is Sagittarius major arcana. Sometimes I do like I'm right about that, but I try to expand the meaning and not just like not just being like, oh, this, you know, because I don't want to like uh, restrict the meaning, you know. Sometimes the cards have um other meanings as well. So sí, he estudiado un poco de numerología, pero solo me sé los básicos. No, creo que suma, eh, pero no, no tan al punto de también de como, no sé. We are talking about numerology, guys. Mariana was mentioning it, if I believe in numerology. I know there means sometimes I do try to apply it, especially because here in the Marsellas, that this is like the deck that I started with. You do not have like the characters, except for the major arcanas. You do not have, or the core cards. You do not have like um you know, like you have a lot of like wands, you know, you have a lot of suits. So sometimes it's important to know that the numbers also have a meaning in this case. So yes, to know a bit of numerology is best. um and I also want to, someone mentioned that they have a trouble with the page of swords. So the page of swords, you know, I have the two of them here. um my mom once learned some numerology technique and said she doesn't know how to apply it to me. Yeah, I don't remember my life number. I only know that the sum of my date is free. So that's what I use. I usually like the number three. um um but I don't know about the others. I know I have other numbers, but I don't know. So the page of swords. The page of swords, first of all, you have to think about the pages. The pages. You know, you have to stop a bit and think about the pages. The pages represent this sort of like the beginner's energy, the amateur energy. Is a very young energy. You can see actually the page as this sort of like the teenager in the court. It doesn't necessarily has to be a teenager. It can be someone that is just feeling like a teenager in this sort of, it depends on the element that the cards are bringing. um when it comes to the page of swords, you know that swords is communication, it's air element. So definitely what it's telling you is that this person is going to be very opinionated, like there are a lot of words. And and I think that in the case of a page here with the sword, I don't know if you notice how he's holding the sword. And in this card as well, do you notice the attitude of the person that is holding the sword? You know, this person is holding the element in a way that is like in a sort of defensive kind of way. Like, okay, like swords are represent knowledge, thoughts, ideas. So probably this person is going to fight back with a lot of information. Probably the information is not correct, is not organized, probably doesn't make any sense, but it's the way they are going to defend or attack. And I say attack because if you notice, they are holding the swords in a very sharp, in a very defensive way. So it means that whatever information or opinion or idea that they have, they're going to use it. It's not that they can be a bit impulsive in the sense that they are a page. So there's like they're still working with the element, but they are choosing to use it, to use it, to put it into action. There's something very interesting about, if you notice, the four pages in their body language, that usually the page of wands and the page of swords are probably the ones that have a more defiant kind of way of holding the suit. And in the case of the page of cups and the page of coins or pentacles, you notice that they hold the suit, they hold the element in a way of introspection, in a way of, okay, I'm holding this is mine, this is what I'm possessing, but they do it in a way that it's more like, I'm learning from this, and I'm observing and I'm integrating, and I'm still in the process of, I acknowledge that I am in the process of learning how to master this. They are very humble and they are very patient when it comes to how to use this element. In the case of the page of wands and the page of swords, usually they use it to attack, or they use it to show it to others, so they are, this is why when I say sharp, whenever I say sharp, is because the swords are actually sharp, are meant to cut. So if you notice, I'm going to show you the other side of this card. Do you notice why this represents so well the air element? Because this page is not grounded. This page is in his head. This page is in the air, literally. In the air, literally. So it means that probably when they want to attack, they tend to get so much in their head. They're always surrounded by thoughts, and maybe their thoughts are a bit out of control because they are amateurs, because they are the page. So they don't know what to do with so much information, but just in case, they use it or they apply it. But it has no base. It needs a lot of growing. It needs a lot of maturity. Oh yes, go to sleep. Go, spirit. Mm. So he does look defensive most of the time, but a bit fearful, more so than the Knight of Swords, who is full of on attacking. Yes, because when you are in a page, I'm sorry, in a sort of like um in a knight position, you already are on your way to something, because you do have your vehicle. In this case, it's a horse. So you are on your way. You're slowly getting the means to get to where you want to with that element. But in the case of the pages, this is why they're still standing. They are very far away from what they want to achieve, but they just know that they want to start, and they know that they are inexperienced. But in the case of the ones, in the case of the swords is it's a very tricky element, because it's so, like I mentioned, it's so dangerous when it's used without precaution. But it's just like words, guys. That's why when we talk about, the air signs, when we talk about the Aquarius, Gemini, especially Aquarius and Gemini, and we talk about how verboratic they are, and how sometimes they are very gossipy, or sometimes they just say things just to fill the air. They just say things whether it's to entertain or to annoy someone, they just cannot keep their words to themselves, you know. So there's no reflection in a sword element, just action, just words. That's such a Gemini card. So true, my dad is Gemini rising, and he sometimes acts like a page of swords, even though he's not young. Yeah, and actually, this can also apply to a Virgo person, because actually Virgos, they tend to be like these forever teenagers. So since they are ruled by Mercury as well, they can be a bit relentless with their words, you know, trying to be funny and you know and witty, but sometimes things don't go that way. I do love air energy, but sometimes they can be a lot. Yeah, yeah. Here's another question. When it comes to suit cards, major arcana and number, do you have a differentiate them, like king, queens represent people, big big things, number cards, daily stuff maybe? No, I just look at the overall. I think that this is something that I often talk about this with my tarot readers friends when they are just starting. That for me, I find it easier to learn to integrate the cards by looking at the whole picture. That's why it's necessary to actually master intuition, because sometimes it does happen to me that maybe I don't know, I have five cards on the table and I get like the overall energy, I get what they're talking about. Maybe one of them is telling me what is about. Maybe out of the five, two cards are telling me what the main subject is. So there's no order, you know. I think that it's not because you have three cards, it's like this, you know, or no, not the naked people. It's like this, you know, one, two, three, and you're like, oh, this, go with this, and this. You know, sometimes you can do it backwards, and sometimes, you know, this one can be like the main situation, and these ones are the supporters. So it does. You have to train your the way you see things. This is why I think that the best is to probably not have the client in front of you so you can take your time to look at the cards. Because it has happened to me when I have a people in front, a person in front of me, that you have to deal with the person's anxiety as well. So it's like it's necessary to take a moment to breathe and actually be like, okay, let me see this, let me see this, because it's not something that you see once, you are like this, oh, okay, I get it. No, sometimes it takes a while to hit it, you know, to the information to hit you. And it's, I don't know, it's something that is just it's personal, and it's about intuition. I think that it's about intuition. That's why when people do follow a system of readings, for example, I know that I have bought also books that talk about different tarot spreads. Sorry, guys. Tarot spreads, and they are like, okay, number one represents this, number two represents this, number three represents this, and it's very well structured. Yes, everyone has their meaning, their uh like the reason why they are there, and you just have to remember the positions. And I don't like to work like that because I think that it's too structured for me. My intuition doesn't work like that. Like it's, I don't know, I think that um I'm a bit more, I don't know, maybe with free cards I can tell you more than just doing like different spreads, you know. um but yeah, it's all about practice actually. For me, for a while, I also had this like this like not really being able to see or to actually interpret the cards together. That's something that probably a lot of beginners do struggle with, that, you know, like, okay, I have 6 cards here. What are they saying? You know, what are they talking about? Because I don't know. 2 of them is letting me know about something. The one in the middle is telling me about something different, and the other 2, I have no idea. So sometimes it's better to look at the overall. You know, do not get obsessed with remembering each one of the cards means and trying to mix all of them. Like, get the overall, like, get something out of what you're seeing there, and then add the other ones, you know, as additional information. But don't try to like be too structured, like, okay, this one means this, the other one means this, because you are going to get confused, and you're also going to get so much in your head, like too into your intellectual side, that is going to be more complicated for you. Like, you're going to get stressed. You're going to get stressed. Reminds me when Mark talked about how much he and Hechan fought during rainy days and nearly left SM because of him. Really? Mark and Hechan? Mm. Yeah, it's just that I think that there are, for some people, spreads do work. For some people, they do need a structure. They do need to be like, okay, this card is present, the other card is past, the other card is future. So they are like this, okay. um but not for everyone. Not for everyone actually. Whenever I had tarot courses, when they started talking about different spreads, I try to avoid that, because yes, was talking about how air sign energy is a lot. Yeah, it's just that maybe they mirror each other very much, or maybe, you know, sometimes when I have conflicts with Gemini people, is because definitely there's something about my way of communication that I am not like accepting about myself. Because yes, they can be annoying. Like I tell you, especially with that tendency of being trying to be funny and and not being able to shut up. Sometimes they are annoying. Um, but um, you know, Hechan is a moon. He has a lot of Gemini energy, of course. But he is moon in Leo, and Mark is a Leo. So there's a lot of correspondence in there. Probably what Hechan was showing is a part of Mark that he didn't want to see himself. Like, I don't know, probably like Hechan's ability to be playful, or ability to be a kid, ability to be immature, and probably for Mark, he didn't get the chance to connect with his playful, immature side, or he didn't have the chance to speak up his mind and say nonsense. you know so I think that there's like, yeah, yeah, ego clash, but I think that probably there's something about um yeah, but I think that you know Hechan, I noticed that he can be a bit annoying, like in the sense that he doesn't stop. Uh, but I think that probably he was triggering something in Mark. And I think that with Mark, it has to do with his need to always be, not his need, because it's not his need, it's his job to be, is his role to be the golden child. So he is like that kind of he had always been that kind of probably that kind of guy, that he was never allowed to be a kid, to be an immature, to be, I don't know, lazy, to be annoying. He probably had always had this huge responsibility of being the good boy, or not the good boy. It's more about being the perfect one, and sometimes uh, probably if he sees other fooling around, he gets triggered, because he's like, I didn't get to do that. So if I behave, you have to behave. And if I have to act like an adult, even though I'm very young, you have to act like an adult because I did it and I endured it. So you better listen to me, because, like there's something in there that is triggering him. And also with his moon in Aries, probably, Mark has a lot of fire element. He has a lot of fire energy. So yes, he doesn't look like aggressive. I don't think that Mark is about aggression, but probably he doesn't have patience for others. It's like, if you want to get along with him, you have to be ready to adapt like him. For example, if he learns things fast, you have to learn things fast. If he wakes up early, you have to wake up early. Like he has this very like, he's the one that marks the beginnings. This is why he is a moon in Leo. He's a moon in Aries, because he's the initiator. So he doesn't, even though he had always, he started very young, but probably he's the kind of kid that he's very, um he takes the initiative. He doesn't need the adults to tell him what to do. He's already up at 5 p.m. at 5 a.m. He's already doing what he has to do. He goes to the next thing. He doesn't complain. He's always energetic. He's always ready. He's always ahead. So he doesn't have time to babysit others, because no one babysitted him. So, you know, he tendió mundo kicking his butt. My brother is a Gemini and I agree. They are so annoying a lot of the times. Yes, they are very disconnected emotionally. I can see that Mark is a church boy. He always tries to be more mature and perfect for his family and everyone. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot there. I believe that his Venus is in Virgo. So there's a lot there, yes. Wait guys, I'm going to hit this. I'm going to like prepare this because it got cold. I'm back, guys. So much Libra energy in the chat. Yeah, that's why I'm always roasting them. uh, I think it's started to rain, guys, here. I have to close a window away from me. Sorry, guys. This live has been like, I think that the one that I actually got up and and is, got up and left the room for a lot of occasions. It's starting to rain here, so yeah. I had to make sure that my cats are safe as well. And it's really windy, really. So is there any, now that we're talking at we're talking about challenging relationships in K-pop, like which duo do you think that has like the most challenging, probably, that according to your opinion, the most challenging chemistry or relationship? Está un poco inestable. Un poco inestable. Está empezando a llover, pero desde hoy que se levantó muy bien, muy ventoso, con mucho viento. It's the Libra team too. Felix and Champion. Why do you think Felix and Champion? I actually think that, aren't they like the top ship in Stray Kids? Felix and Champion? I find Felix to be a very chill person. Like, I don't find him conflictive, like complex at all. Um, Got seven, of course, JB and Bam Bam. I think it's mostly for show, but I wonder what if it's based on some truth. Actually, about got 7, what I did notice that there's a bit of tension, and probably that the two of them don't. I don't know much about got 7 chemistry, but the few clips that I watched about got 7, I think that is JP and Mark. I noticed that these two, there's like they don't talk much to each other or about each other. Like there's like, I don't know, like probably, I don't know, if you're a fan, maybe you know more than me, but I noticed that there's a bit of distance in there. Top ship, but champion is always running. Running like what? Like how, Samara? Running like how? Because I want to understand. Mark and Hechan, Hechan and Hechan in all of them. Hechan and Jemin, Hechan and Renjon, challenging but somehow beautiful as well. Hechan in all of them. Taeyeon and Ten, Win Win and Lucas. I remember, I think I, do you remember, Rim, if I have it blocked, my reading about Win Win and Lucas? That I think I block it because there were some fans arguing in the comment section. I remember someone was asking me about them, and I did notice like a bit of jealousy, but not in a sense of jealousy. It's just that they both of them are very competitive. At least from what I read back then, that it was like a few months ago, like probably a year and something. And I don't know if I put it on private or I turn off the comment section, but they got really like offended because I said that from I believe that it was from Win Win's perspective, that Win Win actually seemed very like detached in the sense that probably he doesn't care that much in that moment from what I read, about Lucas. Like probably he's very individualistic, and I don't know, people got offended. Uh, uh, yes, JB has said he has a complex relationship with Mark. Yeah, I think that Mark, it's like you definitely can sense that they they are in the same breathing the same air, and it seems like they are in different planets or something like that. That they don't acknowledge each other's existence. That's Capricorn and Virgo energy. They silent and have really dominant energy for JB and Mark. Yeah, but also uh Jin Young is also a Virgo. And he's also a Virgo with the moon in Aries, just like Mark. And he actually has a beautiful relationship with JB. Uh but yeah, I think that uh probably JB is a bit intimidating as well. Like probably there's something about JB that it doesn't, like, they don't click, or actually they don't feel the need to click. You know, um, but the members that do love JB, they definitely show it. You can see it, but not just because he is the leader. You definitely sense that they like gravitate towards him. They look for him, even though yes, he must be. Uh, Wonder who came up with the idea of doing meme bin ship moments during the performance, because outside the performance they have a completely different chemistry. Who is Min Bin ship Kibisho? Ikibisho? Hmm. You don't need tarot cards to notice and sense that. Something about win-win energy individual is like, it's just that he's a moon in Virgo. I don't expect much expression out of a Virgo moon. Actually, Virgo moon can be very challenging to have around, and he's a Scorpio, so I would sense that he's very ambitious, but he's also in his own, he definitely knows he has the power. So I don't see him like going around with others. I see others like trying to get his attention, trying to be near Win-Win. But Win-Win for me, and I don't know much about Win-Win, but what I noticed is that he's always the one that he's been chased, but he remains a mystery for like he that he is a guy with an agenda. That he's the kind of guy, that could probably tell you that I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to work, I'm here to make money, something like that. I would expect Win-Win to say something like that. Same, I feel that too. Something about his energy is, for a lack of better word, of Putin. I have felt in the past that Chani dislike Hyunjae, but they have proved me wrong many times. So they are just very different. Um, it's just fluffy. It's just that for me, Chani, that some people say that he's like the Regina George of the voice. I think that Chani definitely gives off that. I noticed that he's really good at deciding who belongs to his closest inner circle and who doesn't. Him and Changbin and I'm sorry, Changbin, Q. Maybe because both of them have a strong Taurus energy, like the Taurus moon that they have. Because I noticed that at the beginning they were, their lives were hilarious. They have a good chemistry, but they do have that sort of attitude of that. Oh, if you are not like us, we are not taking you. So you better behave. So and Hyunjae, the way he is, he's goofy, but he's also very like he doesn't care. He doesn't want to belong to any inner circle. He doesn't want to be the popular guy. He's just himself, and he knows that you will have to endure with him, even if you don't like him. You will have to endure him. Because I noticed that because initially Changbin Q, the voice Q, was my bias. So I used to watch a lot of Chani and Q V lives, and I remember when they used to, like, when other members used to join their V lives. Usually, especially the 98 line, Chani was the one that would invite them, or he was the one like sort of like organizing the situation. And I remember when Sonu first started to join, and Sonu, like the puppy, like the very exciting kind of Aries and that he was always out of place with them, because they were always so like looking sideways at him, like behave, like stay still, like don't break our stuff, and Sonu, like the Aries that he is, he would always break something, be loud and stuff, and they do that to Kevin as well, and they did that to Eric. I noticed that. I remember there was an episode where they had to choose rooms, and but in this period, when they had these little cabins that they had to go without knowing who your partner was, and they were trying to guess, and Chani and actually Q got the cabin, got to share the cabin with Son. But then when it was the news, Chani turn to choose. They were like, oh, try to not to get Eric because oh, Eric is loud, whatever. But it seems like they always try to avoid Eric, and it seems like they are the ones that decide if you are part of their group or not. Like it's sort of very selective kind of people. Yeah, Regina George. He has that attitude, that if he doesn't approve of you, you're not going to go with near them. Something like that. Something like they are like the royalty, the popular guys of the group. And I also noticed that probably something happened. I'm not saying that Chani and Q are no longer friends, but I noticed that Q is hanging out more often with Son, and also that Chani is also like hanging out more with Younghoon. But Chani had always had shared more moments with Jonghoon. Probably like Q felt like fear willing there, and he doesn't like that, so that's why he adopted Sonu. Like, okay, whatever, you're the one that I have, and the Sonu follows him around everywhere. So they probably like are they are this new pair. Oh, really? Really, Lillian? Mark is older? Oh, I didn't know that. JB is the leader. Oh. JB and Mark are also from different cultures, some different ways of thinking. Mark got an American mindset. I agree. Yes, I noticed that. And also, because well, we know that JB has a lot of Capricorn energy, but JB does look like someone that is very old-fashioned mindset. But because I am a Capricorn, guys, but I met Capricorn men, and I usually don't agree or I don't get along with them and their ideas of how women should behave, or even their opinions about gender equality and stuff like that. They are very old fashioned, and they always want to rule the situation. So, I have friends that are Capricorn males, but if you are like, oh, are they attractive? For me, no. I always end up in the discussion with them. Even now, after he recently came back to Korea, and in the pictures he looks so dead and like someone has a gun to his head. I don't know why she with him, but man. Yes. Sonu is hilarious. He was embarrassing you in that cabin. Yeah, Jonghoon is part of the inner circle, I say. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it has to do with the culture because Mark and Jin Hyun both are Virgo suns and Aries moons, which is cool. Yeah, but Jin Hyun loves JB, and they definitely, you can see that they love each other, like in a very genuine, and not sheep based kind of way. They look like one person. They're a great team, a great team. JB is old fashioned. Yeah, yeah, Lilian. Yeah, Lilian. I think that I sense a lot of like he's very wise. I trust him because I know he has a lot of Capricorn energy, but with his moon in Scorpio, I have like this perception that he has a rebellious inside of him, in the sense that probably a lot of times he's going to find himself in situations that are going to transform whatever he thinks he knows already. So if he does have a very structured mindset or old fashioned, probably life is going to introduce him to different experiences so he can get out of that norm, of that structure, and be a bit more daring, a bit more like inquisitive, a bit more like on the detective, like what's in there, because also Scorpio moon makes you very curious about the meaning of life, about why we do what we do, always questioning yourself, like why do you keep holding on to this, why do you keep doing the things that you're doing, why, so it's always challenging us to be different. So he has to work on that. mm. JB and Jingyun also have known each other longer. Yeah, that's why I think that it also has to do with the earth element. Because recently, a few moments ago, I was mentioning the boys Chani and the boys Q. That they the boys Chani is like, for me, he's like the Regina George. He rules everyone, and I think that Q is not an earth sign. He is a Scorpio, but he has a moon in Taurus. So I noticed that whenever I hang out or I share moments with a fellow earth sign, for example, a Virgo, another Capricorn, a Taurus, we tend to make this very tight society that sometimes we get a bit like inflexible when it comes to letting other people in. So when you see like two earth signs like working together and getting along and being themselves and being funny, and you definitely sense that a lot of things probably that the serious structured leader JB um, behaves like he is like the leader. He has responsibilities, so there are some things that he will not allow you, you know but when it comes to probably a fellow earth sign, he will probably let you like, like play with him or make fun of him, or just be funny around him. But probably if you are not from his inner circle, he's going to give you an evil look, an evil eye. He's going to be like, no, you don't have permission to talk to me like that. Like with that attitude, with that barrier. So, and usually I am like that whenever I meet like a Scorpio. I have a lot of friends that are Scorpio, so I with them I usually am like this. We tend to form this very close bond where we get each other, and every time someone new comes into the scene and wants to like hang out with us, we sort of like make them go through a lot of tests and a lot of hardships to see if they're worthy to hang out with us, which is very childish, but I guess we have standards. I don't know. And if we see someone that has a Gemini, we definitely don't let them in because we know that they're gossipy and we don't want them near our businesses. Pensé que fue tener Pluto en el ascendente año. Y fueron muchos cambios, lento, 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 incómodo, pesado energéticamente, pero estoy acostumbrada, ya me acostumbré. Got too many real life experiences with them. all you gotta do is stand our ground and make your opinions are stable and void of loopholes. Very true. My best friends have been Earth too. And yes, to what you just said about Gemini. No offense to Gemini. Uh, yeah, I swear. I think that the first thing I look for someone is if they have a Gemini moon. If they have a Gemini moon, I know they cannot be trusted. I know it. I know it. I even guess it. When someone starts talking so much, I'm like, you must be a Gemini moon. And I'm like, I'm going to have fun with you. We're going to laugh. We are going to be really goofy together, but I'm not going to tell you anything about me. Like, no. They're really nice people. They're not mean. They don't do it like intentionally, but actually, I find the Gemini moon to be the easiest Gemini placement, or maybe they treat me better. No, it's just that in your case, Fluffy, probably since you have Mercurial energy for you is actually compatible. Actually, they are interesting. The good thing about Gemini Moon is that they're always communicating their needs. So there's no need to second guess or to be like a sort of psychic to find out what they're about or what they want. They will tell you definitely. um that's a good thing about them, that they're very communicative. um and in my case, with my moon in Scorpio, I noticed that I am very um I expect the other person to sort of guess what I want and what I need. And if I get angry or if I don't like something, I usually use the silent treatment, like to let that person know that I'm not okay with something. So, and that's not okay. That's toxic right there. That's toxicity right there. But that's why I think that, because, I noticed that when I do that, it's because, well, I care about the other person and I feel offended if the other person doesn't get what I need, or what I'm like letting them know with actions or some words. So, but if someone does it to me, I feel very triggered. I feel very annoyed. So that's why I think that definitely there's a double standard in there, because that's why I learned through the years, that I want to be mysterious, and like I want the other person to guess my needs. But if they do the same to me, I actually like I get really upset. Like I don't understand them. Like, like I get really aggressive. Like not aggressive like physically, but I get very annoyed, and I actually like I avoid talking to them, and I'm like, oh, they are doing this on purpose, and and actually it's like that person is mirroring what I do to others. So I think that in that case I learned to manage that, to not be so reactive to uh, because not everyone is emotionally like intuitive and aware of what's going on in my head, like unless they are a water moon themselves. But um I think that it's my responsibility to be able to put it into words, not making it, like an impossible mission for someone to guess what I want. mm, Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's just that, it's I think that sometimes it's too egotistic, or it's not like, I don't, I actually like, wait a second, that I think that my cat is outside. Here, I have my cat. She finally made it. It's a she, Lillian. This is my oldest cat. Her name is Luna. She was so desperate. Luna. She was so desperate to get in. Luna, with an N, Lilian. It means moon in Spanish. Luna. Uh-huh, Luna. Yeah. Yeah, she's my stalker number one. She's really a stalker cat. She is really a stalker. Whenever I am, she has to be in the same room with me, but then she wants to go outside where my dad is, so she she doesn't make up her mind. She's always like eating. She's always, but she knows, because she is goes back and forth between two houses. She asks in the other house what she wants, and then she comes here and she meows to me, so to let me know that she's hungry. Yeah, but she is a drama queen, definitely. uh Luna had been with me for around 9 years. 9 years, yes. I don't know how long is that when it comes to cat ears, but yeah. ¿Cuál el que te había dicho de I have the same at home, always eating? She's yes, like all cats actually. And what are the now that we were talking about the duos that we think that have a challenging relationship? What do you think that are the duos that in K-pop that you are like, oh, these are, without shipping, that these two have the best chemistry? And about, there was someone that actually asked me what if I have a duo in mind, about the ones that I think that didn't get along. Like, and not that they don't get along, just that they have like this very complicated kind of chemistry. And you know, something that I did notice, I think that probably I would say it's NCT Doyoung with the rest of NCT. Like, there's something about Doyon, like, I feel like he always has to defend himself from the others. Like, and not in the sense of, because I know he is a moon in Cancer, so definitely he is also a bit on the victim kind of side. I know he's no victim. Like, I'm sure he has his ways also, but it's hilarious to see how he gets triggered by everything. It's like he's like the one that would be like raising his hand and would be like, "Excuse me, you are disrespecting me," you know, like, and it's so funny. Not Doy. Um, I love Doyoung. I would marry Doyoung just because of his moon in Cancer. Yeah. Yeah. Not because he's a goofy Aquarius, like, you know, but that moon in Cancer of his makes him stand out of all the Aquariuses that there are in that in that building. And the other one that I would marry, you know that Utah is my bias, but the other one that I would marry because he seems like a really nice guy is Sungchan, uh, because of his Virgo sun and his moon in Cancer. Another nice guy. Yes. Ah, oh, qué bueno, Mariana. Here spilling the tea. Mm. Subin and Jonghoon. I have to watch more interactions of Subin and Jonghoon. RM and Jin, yes, those 2. There's a lot of respect in that, a lot of equality. Yeah, when they laugh, oh my, they are hilarious. Oh yes, yes, Sunchan is a precious being. Yeah, but I must say, I like, you know, I have a love-hate relationship with Taurus males. I often also bash a lot of Taurus males when I call them boring. But have you seen have you seen Geno? Have you really observed Geno? Like, that man is everything that about Taurus that I hate. That he's beautiful, and also that because there's something about well, the handsome Taurus, of course. Let's not talk about the couch potatoes Tauruses. Let's talk about the Tauruses, like, for example, in the case of Geno, that Geno is very young and that he works with his image and his beauty. His body frame, his structure, like, that guy has a beautiful body. Like, my God, that guy is the rock. So I I have like I cannot escape Geno's beautiful, beautiful being. Oh, really? Gemini moon? But why doesn't he? But that's why does he sound so water when? Yeah, he sounds very watery. When he's complaining, he sounds so water, so much water. Taurus is too much of energy. But I mean, Geno is like, that man is beautiful. Like, I just, if you're like, which idol would you want to meet in person? I would ask personally for Jen. I would ask for Jen because, like, everything about him reminds me so much of Taurus energy. You know, his jawline. I know that all the idols have a strong jawline and a beeline, and you know, and everything about them is. But Geno is the Taurus male imperfection. Like everything about him is beautiful. Yeah, I wouldn't trust so much Astro theme. But if you do have the birthday, I'm going to do it manually myself to see if I can pull off the birth chart. It's beautiful. Doyon is beautiful. I love it when he puts that face of disbelief when someone doesn't agree with him. It's like that's very moon in Cancer. That's very moon in Cancer. It's like, how dare you? In my feelings. Play sad, play sad violin music background. And now that we're talking about NCT, I know that all of you here in the chat, you are not all like NCTians, but now that we're talking about NCT, can you tell me which one is your number one in when it comes to looks, for example, or looks or personality in NCT? Taeyeon for me. Overall, facial features alone, Lucas. Leona, do you have like the city where he was born, city or province? Jaehyun is a close third along with Doyeon. Ah, okay. Moon in Gemini. Ah, okay. Jaehyun. Boring choice, I know, but yeah, I know. I know. Jaehyun is like, is another one that is just beautiful. Beautiful. The Valentine boy. Beautiful. Yeah, for me it's Utah. Utah is my Utah, and then Geno, and then Sungjan. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but something about Jaehyun's that he seems so he's not boring. I think that what she meant is like that it's a very predictable kind of answer, you know, like but um you know, that's why I always tell that my experiences with Taurus males were that yes, I was attracted initially because they are beautiful, but then eventually they are boring. Like and you know that they don't get why they're boring, or if you leave them they don't get it why, you know. And it's like I don't know, but you know, probably because I am a drama seeker. I don't know, maybe because I want some drama happen, and they just are there, you know, and even if you ask them to leave they will stay. So no, I mean he's not boring, but you know, he's like the classic face in K-pop. Hey goody. Yes, they are treat for the eyes. I'm sorry, we don't want to like oh yes. Utah is my dream man. But yeah, he's a bit eccentric. So, you know, I don't think Utah is for a relationship. I think that Utah is a sort of like experience. You know, Utah is not for a relationship, definitely. He's a whole experience. Yeah, he has a beautiful smile. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's about Jaehyun. Yeah, Jaehyun has like this very calming aura. Jungwoo also, because Jungwoo is very funny and very warm. You know, there's something about Jungwoo very. Yuta is such a scary energy. Stop it. Love him, but oof. Yeah, yeah. Yuta would be very not scary, but I think that I would feel a bit like on guard next to him. Um, yeah, like I think that um, there's something about Utah that I think that his energy is very very dominant, you know, and I think that um, it's like yeah, it's like intense, you know. It's like he wastes no time, you know, like and probably since I'm very distrustful myself, he would like trigger some alarms on me, you know. I would be like, why are you so interested in getting to know me, you know? Why are you getting so close? Why are you here? Why you know? And I think that he would could probably get along more with people that are a bit more spontaneous, like for example, I don't know, Sagittarius and Aries, a Leo, you know, people that are so like um immersing themselves that they don't realize that there's someone like hunting them, you know, because I think that Utah does represent the energy of the hunter, you know, in the sense that he's very quiet and he doesn't mind to play along, you know, but at the end he will get what he wants. So you do have to be a bit clueless, because if you are aware of his intentions you probably get a bit freak out. um, Definitely not marriage material. No, with that Mars in Sagittarius, I don't see marriage. I probably marriage, later, but not very stable. Definitely. On the other hand, I got a bad vibe from Taeyong the first I saw him. He grew on me, but I find his whole aura kind of mysterious. Yeah, Fluffy, probably because he's a Cancer. He's a Cancer, and he also has a lot of Gemini energy in him. So I think that there's something about Taeyeon that probably he's not very stable himself as well, and probably he is a mystery. He is a mystery, and he also has that Leo moon of his that probably he demands attention, or he wants to be number one, and he loves to get attention, yeah, he's very flexible. Really, I felt his energy so calm. Whose energy, Mariana? Yuta is so attractive, but I watch from a distance. Like Mark. Like Mark, exactly, Samara. Mark is the perfect victim. He doesn't know he's being hunted. He's being hunted for years by Yuta. Yuta is like, Yuta is like a hawk. You know that actually the second animal that represents a Scorpio, besides the scorpion, is the hawk. So when we say that a Scorpio has is represented by the hawk, it's because they have this. They watch over you from a distance, and they are able to grab you or grab whatever they want, and you will not see them coming. So he is like that. He's from a distance. Probably he's like already like. Targeting you, and you have no idea, unless you are a moon in Scorpio like myself, that I know that there's someone watching me, because usually I do that when I am getting to know someone or a new environment. I tend to look around or sense a few things. So if you're trying to hunt me, I'm like, what are you doing? What do you want? you know Utah is like pure Scorpio energy. Yeah, with a ton of fire. Girls, take my advice. Run. Yeah, run. It's going to be fun. I think that him as a friend, I would get along really well with him, as a friend. But as a potential someone, no, I think I would get a bit annoyed from the start, and I would just end things. Hunting the hell out of poor Mark. Yeah, it's like they think that it's cute, but it's creepy actually. It's creepy. It's creepy. It's like I don't, for example, in my case, I don't mind having someone obsessed with me, but don't make it public. Like, don't make it obvious, because if you make it obvious, I'll start like feeling a bit. And it had happened to me with Cancer people. That I'm a Capricorn, so I tend to attract Cancer suns, and it had happened to me that they are always like observing me. They're like, oh, I like this about you, oh, you're so funny, oh, I like always trying to compliment me, and I'm like, yeah, I know. And like, and then when they realize that I don't like give them a sign that, oh, I'm cool, like keep complimenting me, like they get very like a child, literally, and they start fighting me, or they start like trying to provoke me, like trying to get an argument with me to see if they provoke me somehow in that. Not Mark. Utah's energy, I felt his energy really calm and deep. Yeah, in inside, yes, he is, but the calmness, I don't know, Mariana. I don't know if he's calm. I don't know if he's calm. That guy has like a so total fire inside of him. What is admirable of Utah is that probably he's a master of his own intensity, in the sense that there's no mystery in him. That's why we are all here talking about and recognizing his intensity, because since he is a sun and moon in Scorpio, there's nothing about the Scorpio nature that is something to discover. Like, he was born with that, so he embodies that, and he's proud of that, and it's like his badge of honor is who he is. And he probably has mastered it, so I don't think that he is like, this very dark and mysterious Scorpio, and he's not tormented by the Scorpio energy. Actually, he feels proud of being that intense. But for others, especially for people like us, that we are a bit more secretive and we are a bit more on the defensive, probably he's very extra confidence in being intense. It's like it triggers something inside of us, because this is what I was mentioning. We were talking about, for example, we were mentioning Mark and Hechan, and how I made this comparison, about Mark actually having like a very tough relationship at the beginning with Hechan, like not being able to get along. Because Mark is a Leo, Hechan is a moon in Leo, so somehow there's like a sort of mirroring in there. And I think that in my case, with Utah, and I think that this must happen also to the other members that have moon in Scorpio, not just me. I put myself as an example. But if you pay close attention to his relationship with Shotaro, or his relationship um with Jungwoo, you could see like there's like everything is cool, ha ha ha, but like there's like a projection, because Utah comes with all this strong energy mastered already, so he's like the master of his energy, of this intensity. And then he meets people like us, like we, the other Scorpio moons, that we have other energies, that we have other sun signs. So, we have that moon in Scorpio very hidden inside of us. So somehow we carry it very deep inside. So if we see Utah like, being the standard of this intensity being handled, being mastered, being like showed with pride, and we as Scorpio moons, we are like, no, we don't show our power to others. We hold it in very jealously, and we don't want others to see it. We don't want others to see our inner power. We don't want them to see that we are powerful. Not yet, or not under just when I want to, and I don't know if I want to. So if you meet someone like Utah, probably Utah triggers something in us, like being on the defensive. It has happened to me with some Scorpio people, that they are so comfortable with being deep and toxic and just a lot of things, and I get like, I feel a sort of rejection, like, no, like, I don't like you, like, why are you so happy? Because I don't feel happy with all this energy that I have inside. I don't know how do you do it. So yeah, there's a push and pull in there. That's a lot of Scorpio. Too much, too much Scorpio. Mama scared. Isn't Utah fun? Yes, he definitely he's fun. Yeah, yeah, too much. I like my man sexy but cute. I had a classmate, his sun, Mercury, Venus, and Scorpio, his moon conjunct. He was really nice, not intense. Yeah, it was all hidden. I agree. I agree with Fluffy, Mariana. I agree with Fluffy. It was all hidden. It's just that if she has a moon in Libra, probably she's like trying to find balance behind all the chaos, you know? You were distracted, Mariana. Yeah, he must be well. Mariana, you're the main one who needs to run. Oh, my such son would have the time with my, but my Cancer rising would be crying and completely broken after. Yes, we all. Yes. Appreciate him because he went through a lot of things and helped his father and his younger siblings. It was really straightforward, really. Forgot I have Venus in the Scorpio, so yeah, my such son, I must be leaving. But now I be burned real bad in the end because my Cancer rising is strong. Yeah, you're going to cry. Mm. Scorpios are very helpful, but they will undo you emotionally. Oh my god. Moon in Sag. Oh, your moon is in Sag. What do you have in Libra? That I read something about Libra and you, Mariana. To be fair, I love Scorpio women. They are great and we always get along and have great couples. And I didn't find the same beds in Scorpio. Yeah, me too. I love Scorpio women. I was raised by one, so I love Scorpio women. But the men are so petty, are so petty. The men are so, no, they are not worth it. They are not worth it. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I will end up marrying one, and I'm like talking. But they make you go through a lot of unnecessary tests. That is like, come on. Um, like they expect a lot of the others, especially when it comes to loyalty, and they are not loyal themselves. So, it's a bit like, um, oh, he's a moon in Sag. Oh. Mm. Yeah, your moon is in Libra. Moon in Sag are funny. Maybe that's why you didn't see it, because the moon in Sagittarius lives in denial. So probably, yes, with all the things that you mentioned, that him being like helping others and stuff. Probably his moon in Sagittarius is what allows him to somehow cope with the hardships and how draining it must be to be the responsible one, or try to survive, like, because we that have a Scorpio energy or Pluto energy, we're always feeling as if we are in a survival show, always. Yeah, where's the Scorpio emotional depths like? They are a bit tiring. Scorpio Marsmen, though, are the best. I never dated a Scorpio Marsman. Never. Always a Libra Mars, which is annoying because they are so double faced. Like like they always want to be at peace with everyone, and that's not possible. But yeah, Scorpio Mars would be interesting. Okay, guys, I'm going to go because we had been talking for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Like, why no one told me? I know that I got up and left for a lot of minutes, so it's not like I was like present like for 4 hours in a row. So yes, guys, I'm going to finish this here. I appreciate all of you that stayed here to end up talking about astrology, because we always end up talking about astrology. It doesn't matter what is it about, we always end up talking about astrology. But it's we really have fun and we learn a lot, and it's fun, and that's what matters. There's no script here. So yes, guys, I'm going to go. So I'm really excited that you that, yeah, that you were able to join and we were able to chat a bit. So I hope that you have a great start of the week. Please enjoy yourself, like rest, like take care of yourself. I will try to do my best. And yes, I will see you next live. To like during my videos during the the week. I try to upload more. And yes, let's get ready because Scorpio season is very close actually. So yes, now that we were talking about so much Scorpio, let's celebrate that well. We are in the middle of the Libra, so yes. Yes, yes, we have like 4 hours here. Thank you guys. I'll see you during the week. Bye.